New assassin kinda sucks. Lost the poison chance. This doesn't even scale with mark effect, I don't think. So you take this. Probably elusive. Then what? I don't know, dude. This thing kind of sucks. Or you can maybe do infuse toxins, mystical infusion. But like not having elusive is kind of trolling. It's the only defense you would get on this ascendancy. This node's so much worse now. It's a 4-pointer instead of 2. Oh, it's so bad. Oh, it sucks. The new assassin is really bad. I mean, maybe there's like a lot more poison chance on the tree, so the loss of the 40% poison chance is not quite as bad. I don't know. It's pretty rough though. The only way to sees any use is through the Sandstorm Visage, or maybe some shenanigans with this. Or maybe this. But everything else just kind of sucks. Not good, not good. What's up, Lucky? What even is this? They did throw in some last minute assassin buffs. Yeah, how are they gonna rework an ascendancy and it's like just as shit? I don't understand. It's so bad. They should give Forbidden Rite of Soul Sacrifice at least one more league. Give the Amulet and Soul Sacrifice one more league. Because I haven't had a chance to play with it.
Assassin.
Yo, thank you for the 24 months of Prime sequence. I appreciate it, man. Thanks, dude. Thank you for the 2 years. Holy. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that, dude. What's up, Dan? What's up, Stucky? 2 years of blasting. Yeah, thanks for the, the two. Thanks for the 2 bits as well. Yo, I think this amulet's still gonna be good for one more league. It's only been we only had it for 1 league. We're also I already know we're gonna get Uber. We're gonna get 3 new Uber bosses. Watch. Why is this website so bad? 3 new Uber bosses Inc. You guys ready? 3 new Ubers. This one's gonna be the hardest. Followed by probably this one, and then this. I wonder if there's gonna be a boss race. You guys think we're gonna get a boss race? 3 bits next year? Oh, we're ramping, dude. Moving on up. Oh, I'm ready for these patch notes, dude. I'm ready. We still got an hour 15 for the patch, or for the stream. Seismic trap. I'm just hoping for some spell buffs. Just make spells good again. MSGA, make spells good again. Dude, why are the websites so slow right now? Have y'all seen what's going on with Counter-Strike? What they did to the skins market? I guess they made it so you can trade up like the red tier rarity to get the expensive knives, and now the knives are just plummeting in price. Like 2 billion of the market cap in CS:GO is wiped out. Apparently there's been like some unaliving, people freaking out. Pretty wild. Yeah, the CS:GO market went from 6 billion market cap to 4 billion. Still a lot of money. Yeah, it just happened like in the past like 12 hours, I think, or 16 hours or something like that. It's pretty new. One sec. All right, what do we want buffed? They need to buff Chaos Dot, buff Cold Dot again. Oh, we're getting the Spectre rework, eh? What is going on with that? I've been doing a little research on that. Spectre main. Yeah, I think I'd prefer not to play Spectres, but I'd run them as support. There's speculation that Spectres are now mana reservation. I don't know if that's true, though. Oh. Oops. My bad.
Exile. In 327, the souls of your fallen spectres will now linger with you when they die. And on entering a new area, will automatically resume their normal spectral form. 327.
So, dude. So his Spectres are dead
the
here.
souls of your fallen spectres will now linger with you when they die.
He portals out and they revive.
And on entering
So I mean, I wonder if that means you can just portal out like 5 times every map to revive him.
a new area, will automatically resume their normal spectral form. This means you no longer need to resummon a spectre that has died, unless you want it back in the area it died in. This includes spectres from itemized corpses.
So big buff to ritual specters.
So you don't need to purchase new ones every time they die.
Oh my god, he's got
Once you've
owned.
made a spectre friend, so you don't need to purchase new ones every time they die.
This guy has no
So you
recovery. Like
don't need to
literally,
purchase new ones every from
what
itemized
is this?
corpses.
He's trolling. He's not even pressing his
So you
life
don't need to
flask.
purchase new ones every time they die. Once you've made a spectre friend, you're friends forever. Unless, of course, you don't want them. Summoning a new spectre will still override existing ones. Keep an eye on the upcoming news leading up to the live stream for Keepers of the Flame for many more quality. This means you no longer need to resummon a spectre that has died, unless you want it back in the area it died in. Want it back in the area of a spectre that has died.
I don't know. Should be interesting. So the good ones are, this one's super good but expensive. Frenzy charges and haste. This is like giga rare. This is good for like SRS. Syndicate operatives. Those are the ones that throw the nets, right? They like throw nets and do like a shocked ground thing? Or is that something else? Might be thinking of something else. Oh, they shoot knives. What's up, Sag? What are the ones that throw the shock nets? I don't know what it's called. Yeah, it's something else. Spectre. Net. Oh, this is probably it. What is it? Syndicate silencers. Net mortar.
Fanatics. Today I wanted to make a little bit of a different video. A while back I made a Spectre showcase on the Syndicate silencers, and there was a person called Aron of On, I'm probably butchering your name, sorry, that said they might be applying shocked ground with the projectile they leave on the ground. And this does turn out to be the case. I want to thank you for that because it stuck with me. So today I had some more chance to test these, and they are quite interesting. So what they do is they shoot a projectile
I think they're support specters. I'm not sure though. I think we can clear with them too though, maybe.
that has a 5-second cooldown, and then it leaves a net for 10 seconds. And this net applies both a shocked ground, which is a 20% shock, and it applies a 30% reduced action speed debuff to enemies. So that
The action speed debuff's crazy
is
good.
pretty big. And as long as the enemy stays in that area of effect, it will consistently have this debuff up.
Assuming
which is
it's still
pretty
the same.
significant if you compare it to like other things like a Pill Seraphim, where there's usually debuff downtime, and there's like the debuff doesn't last very long, stuff like that. So it's pretty cool. This would have pretty good
So 20% shock, 30% reduced action speed effect.
synergy
What
with
is
stuff
the
like Poison SRS too, because
size,
Poison
though?
SRS or Poison in general benefits a lot from the reduced action speed. So that since their project also applies a little bit of damage, and this is not a degen effect, but they are actual hits. Triad grip, which converts all of their physical damage to cold damage, and then I use
Triad
the
grip?
net that
Disgusting.
I think that the net could be considered like an altered minion or the covenant if it applies to, or at least for because I'm not
Dude, show us the
good
gameplay,
at,
bro.
at doing it. So yeah, enjoy the run.
Wow. It's not very big though. Wait, let me slow it down a bit. It's like 30 FPS or something. Does he have GMP on this? So I think he said they have a 5-second cooldown.
You use a not a, since they're projectile.
5-second cooldown, last 10 seconds. The AoE looks small though. Where do you find this? Syndicate hideout. I kind of want to like try it out just to see what it's like, what it looks like and feels like. Is that worth trying to go and get one of those right now? Let's see real quick. I don't think I would map with it. Just restarting in 5 minutes, seriously? Well, that's unlucky. I don't think I have any.
Blessings. Blessings.
I have no betrayal. Alright, we'll do it later. Oh yeah, these are good for SRS. You don't even need the perfect one, just the normal one's good enough. I don't think the uptime is that great. It's probably like 50, 60% maybe. Not great, it's alright. This is really good. Wrath and Lucky. The Wrath is not very good though. It's like a level... It depends on the level of the Spectre, but... On a typical build, it's going to be like a level 22 Wrath or something. It's alright. How squishy are these? Like super squishy, right? SRS again? I mean, I need to see patch. I don't know. I mean, that's the only minion that I enjoy playing in PoE, really. PoE 1. CDH. 86% life. 5.5k. It's looking like Spirit of Fortune. Oh my god. This has 1/5 of the health of a perfect Spirit of Fortune. Nah, these would just die. There's no way you could ever run that. This is really good. Onslaught Cole. I don't know what the radius is on it though. It's probably like 66 meters ish. Wait, Smite doesn't show up here? Oh, that's cooked. Oh, this is imperfect. Never mind. Honestly, the Smite looks pretty good. Aren't these things are like super slow though? Pretty sure they're super slow. Also only lasts 4 seconds. What's up, Agador? I think these are kind of meme. Blasphemer. This is alright. This does work on SRS as well. I don't know how you scale this though. Fire and Chaos, kind of gross. Alright, yeah, so the ones that stand out. Perfect Forest Tiger. Hulking Miscreation. Spirit of Fortune. Force Warrior. And Judgmental Spirit. I think that's it. Ark's PC is broken. What happened to it? Did his mom throw it on the ground? Take a sledgehammer to it? It's over. Rip Arc. PewDB or Pewee Wikitap guy? Usually both. A lot of times one will have info that the other one won't have. If you want numbers, usually PewDB. If you just want like some generic info, Pewee Wiki is a good place to go. You need both though. You know what they really need to do in this patch? They really, really, really need to just delete Bomba. Just nuke it from orbit. Ion Cannon. Take it out. Despise this skill. It's just nothing but Bomba on this ladder day 2. Oh, this is disgusting. Dude, I can't even... Looking at the minion... It's nothing but Bomba. Oh, there's an absolution. Crazy. Holy relic. Please delete Bomba. Whatever you do. Delete Bomba, buff everything else. This is disgusting, actually. Ugh. Poe AI, yeah, that's what we need. Code it up, dude. Just run it locally. I need a Poe AI that makes builds for me. Writes all my scripts. That's what I need. Poe AI. I hope they buff Cold Dot. I've been like, I have the itch, the urge to play some Cold Dot. Apparently it's viable right now, but it doesn't scale well. Alternative Cobra Lash? Oh, like a Transfigured gem? That'd be cool. Speaking of Transfigured, I also hope they rework how we get Transfigured gems. Or like remove some of the RNG. Please. Please. Alex Cold Dot setup? When did he do it? I haven't looked at it. GSF. Assume it was a Elementalist, huh? Oh, servers are down. Classic.
We back.
Yo, thank you for the 32 months of Blasting Tune. Yes, sir. We are back. Back in black. Ready to mac. Get those racks. Oh. So word on the street is there's going to be some massive skill balancing this patch. Well, not massive. Apparently it's been toned down from massive to significant or something like that. I assume slams are going to get gutted. Hopefully they're still like viable, but wouldn't count on it. Yeah, same. We haven't had any substantial skill balance changes in a long time. It's been like a year and a half. Feels like. Spectral Throw and Cyclone. I feel like they're really hesitant to make Cyclone good after Legion League. Spectral Throw could be interesting though. Today a new patch. Today is the reveal of the league. We get like all the info about the league, and then they're gonna do a Q&A, and then we get the patch notes after that. So today is the start of theory crafting. The next week's gonna be just brainstorming, trying to come up with builds. Cramping on my style. Gonna nerf RF? They might nerf RF, huh? Can see the nerf in RF. I hope they keep this skill around. I didn't get a chance to play this league. Let's give us one more league. I did look briefly at Gucci's Stormburst Totems run. Kind of mid. The real problem with totems is you cannot play them in T17s. Your totems just die. It's a big problem. If they buff totem survivability, I could see a lot of totem builds coming back. DD. I feel like we've had enough DD and Seismic Trap to last us a lifetime. Like we've been you know we've been there. We explored every nick and cranny of DD and Seismic, eh? I feel like I'm gonna have to do a minion build maybe because they're doing the Spectre stuff. Well, it depends what they do, but if they make Spectres good, I probably have to do some minion stuff realistically. Just because it's new, unless we get some other major reworks going on. Also, make Ignite good again. Fire Trap and Blasting is pretty interesting. I don't know how viable it is endgame, but I did do a Eater Exarch with it recently. It's alright. Ignite Econk. Really? I assume this is Ignite's chart. Where's Econk? Is it even in here? It says up to date for 3.26, I think. Does Econk even do any Ignite damage? I can't even see the search. Duh. I don't know. Oh. Flashbang. Why does the search not show up, dude? So what, 3,500 top end? What's up, Fugum? I think that sucks about that is you it really limits your flasks just for generic mapping. But yeah, it could be decent. Is it worth leveling it? Yeah, it could be interesting. Yeah, the real problem with Ignite builds right now is they're just not really T17 viable or just like really, really juice content. They don't do very well right now. Has anybody ever played Ignite Econk? Is that a thing? Oh, wrong thing. This guy is. Wait, what? Why is this guy using a poisonous concoction gem replica dragon fang? It's like an entirely different gem, right? The fuck? This guy's stupid. I gotta know what he's doing. Alright, that's hit based.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. There's a few smaller quality of life changes in 327. Not big enough for their own video, but exciting nonetheless. Let's rapid fire through them. Alteration crafting is now more streamlined. When using Orbs of Alteration, you can now hold Alt, or the gamepad equivalent, to swap to using an Orb of Augmentation if one is available.
I don't know how good this actually is. Most of the time, we're like alt rolling on tons of bases, right? I guess this is good if you have like one high value base. I guess it's pretty good. I don't remember the last time I alt rolled a single item though, unless it's like a flask or something entering maps. I don't know how good this actually is. I mean, it's nice to have the option. Clusters. Oh yeah, that's true. Clusters, flasks, potentially like early on. Or just like other high value bases.
When opening Blight chests, you will now open all other Blight chests nearby. Rogue's disenchanting services can now be accessed from towns and hideouts. Kerak missions now have a handy icon to show at a glance what kind of mission they are.
Flamekeeper.
File orbs can now be used on monsters encased in essences, to the same effect that Remnants of Corruption have. Remnants of Corruption will no longer be obtainable, but any existing ones will still function as before. You'll also no longer need to purchase bestiary orbs, and you can itemize beasts for free from your bestiary. Just control-click on a captured beast to automatically itemize it. Happy hunting! You can now click this button here to level up all gems that are ready to
is
level
nice.
up in a single click.
That's nice, QOL.
Keep an eye on the upcoming news leading up to the live stream for Keepers of the Flame for many more quality of life improvements.
I'm ready to
Then,
keep the hell out of
join
that
us
flame,
for the
baby.
live stream, where we'll deep
How long do we have? 40 minutes? Here, I'll get a timer going, I think, if it's up. Get a timer on screen. Ooh, it is up. does that care? Hmm. Dude, what? What the hell just happened? Why is there a yellow border around it? What happened, dude? Okay, that's like some sort of bug or something. Is that good enough? Looks good enough to me. All right, that'll do. Let's make it bigger. "38 minutes, boys." Yeah. All right. Brown eye. That's kind of gross. Brown eye could mean anything. All right, what do we do for 40 minutes, dude? Is there any builds? Assassin rework, what we thinking? We're thinking it's terrible. We're thinking it's awful. It's terrible. Dude, nobody cares about no bleed. This does nothing. You just press a life flask and the bleed's gone. This is trolling. It's bad. The new assassin sucks, guys. Pass it on. What is this? Yeah, this is a Winions League. Maybe. Might be. Might be. Armor from equipped shields doubled. Gain no armor from equipped body armor. I mean, this seems not very good. It seems shit. So you get a shield that's what? 2.5k armor? Even though you probably want a block chance roll on it, maybe. I mean, you probably would just want a block chance roll. 2.3k armor. So this is a ring with 2.3k of armor, flat. A little bit of block. Am I missing something? Seems terrible. Oh, it scales with defense from shield nodes. Bro, this is not good. Okay, for shield crush, I could definitely see being good since the skills are damage. All right, it makes sense for that. I've never played any of the shield skills though. I don't know if they're good. Yep. So I have 2 videos already done. Hopefully the patch notes don't break any of the videos. I don't think they will though. Might have to make a few changes, but it should be fine. What even would a tree look like for Econk Ignite? How do you get enough flasks? So you only do 1 projectile, right? Actually, it'd be fine. One charge per projectile fired from 1 flask of each valid type. Show your 2 sun run? Yeah, sure, take a look. I'll take a look at that, yeah. Yeah, pretty standard. Tree at least. Decent, you'd rather play Wave of Conviction? Makes sense. How was your single target on this? I assume the mapping's pretty good. Did they change Wave of Conviction recently? I feel like they nerfed it. Oh, they did nerf it up to level until it's level 20. Not huge, but minor nerf early. Oh, flash travel time makes sense. I want to try it out in game real fast. Just throw one to see how it feels. Damn, it is a bit slow, eh? It's also not very big on the AoE. AoE small. I mean, you have the Ignite Prolif, but does it like the AoE scale as you level? Yeah, the thing about AoEs, it doesn't do much. If the base AoE is small, it doesn't really scale it very well. But yeah, that's interesting. Dang, it doesn't even get AoE as it levels either. Damn, the base radius does not scale. That's unfortunate. Dude. 0.3 radius off of that. And area damage is not useful either. Oh, you'd have this as well. 2.2 from 1.8 to 2.2. Oh, there's some potential there, maybe. Can I pierce, fork, split, or chain? Oh, dude, I'm ready for the patch notes. Oh, yeah, let's look at his gold dot, I assume. Was it this one? I assume it's this one, Hardcore Mercenaries. Or maybe he has another one. it's got to be this one. Oh, dude. I got rate limited. Hex Blast of Contradiction. How do you hex with this? You do like some sort of blasphemy or on hit hex later or something? Cooldown time 2 seconds. Oh, that's gross, actually. 3 uses, cooldown 2 seconds. Hmm. I mean, it's kind of interesting. I don't know about the cooldown though. If you could reduce it, might be kind of interesting. What is it? Sabo that has CDR? I mean, is there just no generic CDR on Tree? You get some on Belt as well. 1.5 seconds on Sabo. I mean, this is probably not gonna be worthwhile on Sabo at least. Interesting. Submerging Spirit in campaign's really rough. Unless you're on a Guardian, it's alright. Glacial Cascade? TR. I don't know. TR was pretty good back in the day, a couple years ago. Yeah, I hadn't heard any good rumors about TR in a long time. I don't know why they like it. Problem with TR is like it's a lot of clicking and like mouse movement. I don't like to play solid TR. Also, now that Pathfinder's nerfed, kind of unfortunate. I guess you probably still do it on like champion or something. I mean, this doesn't look very good anymore. Well, she did some banner stuff. Banner's just it's just melee damage. Warbanner's just melee. Physical damage with melee skills. Holy shit. Banners suck, man. Reddit's bots. Yeah, all the big subreddits, especially like the political or controversial ones. Yeah, it's like 70% bots. Yep. Dude, honestly, every time I get on Reddit and I go in the comment section, I last like 40 seconds and I want to pull my hair out and I just like instantly just close it. It's so frustrating reading anything on Reddit. It doesn't feel organic at all. Like dead internet theory is true and real. It's insane. But I feel like for PoE, Reddit's still pretty good. Decent anyways. Decent enough. All right. Let's just wait for this thing to start. Where's the bad boy? Oh god, I'm getting ads, bro. No shot. Dude, I'm not dealing with ads. Surely one of these browsers will have no ads. $16 minutes. Yeah, let's wait for a start. What does happen? I can't change the volume. It's probably this. There it goes. Accept our TOS. How about? Oh, wait, I can't. Oh, it's disabled. Fine, I accept it. Songs in Layer Cake. What is that? Oh, that's cool. I'm excited for new music. A movie? Layer Cake. Never heard of this. Is that a little Bond dude? Daniel Craig? 2004. Yeah, I've never seen this. It's a weird name for a movie. It's good, is it? Might have to check it out then. I'll add it to the list. Add it to the list. Alright, it's added. Dude, hopefully I'm not getting ads during this. If I do, I might have to try another browser. I'm ready. Give it to me. GG, Mark, Jonathan. Injected in my veins right now. Now. Is there like a tier list creator for actresses? I've been wanting to do that for a while now. Ultimate actress tier list, 1100. That's too many, dude. Even fewer. DILF? Hottest actress, 400. Let's try this. I don't even know if it's gonna work. Wait, does it not say their name though? Doesn't it say their name? Yeah, of course, dude. It'd be ideal if I had their name next to them, because I don't know all these people. This small little thumbnail. Woman actors, 55. Yeah, honestly, I'm not gonna know like 60% of these people without names. Actresses' butts. Yeah, we're not doing that. Yeah, I don't see any good ones here. Is there anything else? Any other good sites? Oh, this one has names. It's 1100 though. Dude. Too many, bro. We'll just do some. We'll do some. Daddario, she's almost S tier. I'll just do the ones that I recognize. Or the ones that I recognize and want to rate, honestly. Amy Adams is alright. Anne de Armas, she's up there. And Hathaway. Somewhere in here. So let's see. Ariana Grande Prime is like A. Current. This is the Fallout girl. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. Amelia Clark. Prime, she's up. She's S. Current's probably like down. We'll go. This is gonna be prime, a prime list in their prime. All right. Emily Blunt. Emma Roberts. Emma Watson. Prime, sure. Emma Stone. I'm not a huge fan. I did watch La La Land recently. I thought it was pretty good. Pretty nice movie. Evangeline Lilly from Lost. Yeah. Dua Lipa. Dua Lipa's like down here, bro. Wait, did I miss over? Did I miss that? Gillian Anderson from X-Files? Alright. Gal Gadot. She's down there. Straight up. Jennifer Love Hewitt. Prime, she's definitely up there. Oh, this is a girl from Skins. I'm a fan. Lindsay Lohan. She'll be up there. Prime. She's an A+? No shot, dude. Megan Fox. Prime S. Currently, she's like here, but this is again Prime. Dude, there's so many actresses. I didn't realize there's so many. Kate Mara, dude. House of Cards. Should go there. Natalie Portman. Oh yeah. Eileen Dormer from Game of Thrones. B. Dude, there's too many, bro. I didn't realize there were this many actresses, man. I'm in over my head. I'm in over my head. Uma Thurman. Why? What's sus about that? There's nothing sus about that. This is a prime, like in their prime list, she's absolutely an A. You want her to be lower than that? Victoria Justice, sure. There's too many people. Oh, Rachel McAdams is absolutely S. Maggie Gyllenhaal. Hello, beautiful. Heath Ledger is wrong for that, dude. Bryce Dallas Howard. She's up here. She's like a B. Aaron Moriarty from The Boys. Now, current is a D. Season 1, The Boys, is she like a B? Let's not even put her though. And Armis A. Yeah, she's in there. Is that not reasonable? I think it's reasonable. Wait, you wanted to be S or something? I don't think she's S tier. Millie Alcock. This is girl from House of the Dragon and Supergirl. Could be. Your AIGF? Is she made by Grok Imagine? There's too many people in this list. Oh yeah, her and Tom Cruise just broke up like in the past day or two, I believe. Anna de Armas and Tom Cruise. It's over. This is over. So we got 3 minutes. Let's go. 3 minutes. So we have more like Giga Chat height. Body's ready. So a lot of people I don't know here at the bottom. All the good people are at the top. Like, who are all these people at the bottom? Who? Zendaya. Debra, straight up. Don't at me. Heckin' sports ball. Heckin' sports ball. Amanda Bynes. Mayan Bajalik? Bajalik? Who? Who the fuck is that girl? Bella Ramsey. There needs to be an F for that one. La Criatura. La Criatura del Noche. Who? I don't know who that is. Bajalik? What is she? Oh, is this the voice actress lady? What does she do? I don't know who this is. You got me ranking some literal who. What's her rank? Easily D, if not F, if it were here. All right, that's as far as we made it for now. I might finish this later. I mean, realistically, I'm not going to finish it. That's all we had time to do. There's too many people here. Good enough. Close enough, eh? Out of this whole list, my favorite has to be like Rachel McAdams, I'm gonna be honest. Probably my favorite. Also Kate Mara. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Alright, that's the best I can do for now. Maybe we'll do this again when if there's not so many people, honestly. 30 seconds, let's go, baby. Big Bang Show. I've never watched that. Oh, I'm ready. Just give me the patch notes. The one thing about patch day is, man, the Q&A is so long, dude. It's just like an hour and a half of waiting for the patch notes to drop. It's time, boys. It's time.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Keepers of the Flame, which is coming out 1 week from now on October the 31st. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able
drops
to
are
claim
enabled,
your
boys?
Hiveborn crawler pet by following the instructions below.
If I do a starter guide? Yeah, I'm going to do a starter guide,
Without further
Narzer.
ado, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile Keepers of the Flame.
Let's get it.
We, the Keepers of the Flame, serve the will of the Dreamer. His instructions whispered from beyond the wall of sleep.
The Minds of Moria.
But now, the Hiveborn are here, on Rayclast, and they seek to poison our world.
Okay.
We
Breach?
must close their breaches, destroy their hives, slay their breach lords.
That's a boss. Waves? What is that bar?
And by his gifts, the Dreamer provides.
Oh, another tree.
They brought this war to our world, but we shall end it, whatever it takes.
That's kind of disgusting. Genesis tree. Womb. Wait, what? What is that? Uh-huh. Bloodline classes. Oh, there we go. 3 new Uber bosses called it. Let's go. 3 new Ubers. 3 new Ubers. Oh, that's what I'm most excited for already. Sick. Wait, blood? What is it? What is a bloodline class?
Now, as you can see, this expansion is a
that?
true sequel to the Breach League, first introduced to the game in 2016. We felt like it was time to progress the story of Breach, bringing with it a slew of new updates to the base game. In today's stream, we'll take you on a deep dive into Path of Exile Keepers of the Flame, beginning with the League mechanic, covering all the fearsome challenges it presents, and the new twisted ways you'll be able to empower your character. After that, we'll dive into the new ascendancy options possible with Bloodline classes.
How does this? What?
Then we'll cover the much anticipated and synchronous trade system coming to Path of Exile 1. Afterwards, we'll move into the new Uber Pinnacle bosses, how to access them, and some new drops worthy of the added difficulty.
Yeah.
Finally, we'll cover some notable quality of life improvements before moving on to our supporter packs and challenge rewards. We'll then have a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile's game directors Mark and myself your questions from Twitch chat. And after the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM New Zealand time or 3 PM Pacific. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the
3
new
p.m.
league.
Pacific?
Hi.
Dude, that's in
I'm
3
Mark
hours.
Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile.
Holy shit, bro.
Breach is a beloved league that has had an iconic history in PoE. We intend to honor that legacy with our first ever sequel league, Keepers of the Flame. This develops every aspect of Breach, adding new layers to discover, richer lore, scarier bosses, and entirely new mechanics. That said, this is still Breach, so you will still be opening breaches and slaying hordes of otherworldly monsters.
I think we're gonna get a boss race.
The Breach Lords have found the means to stabilize the connection between their realm and Rayclast. Now, with their grip tightening, we learn their true goal in our world, conquest. The threat they pose has now escalated to home soil. On the coast in Act 1, you'll encounter Aelith, the founder of the Keepers of the Flame.
Implying I'm doing lead mechanic
This
in
is a
campaign.
monastic order sworn to defend Rayclast from the Breach
Nice
Lords.
joke.
The exit to the Mudflats has been barricaded by Hiveborn,
What?
Breach monsters that are working to claim every inch of Rayclast.
But you actually have to do it?
Aelith can grant you a small spark of the power of the Flame, allowing you to blast away their barricade and move onwards.
Wait.
Once you enter the Mudflats, you'll find it infested with Breach monsters.
Wait, you have to do
They
it?
appear to be constructing a kind of hive, creating strange
shot,
shapes and
dude.
structures that absolutely don't belong.
You have to do the lead
Time to
mechanic.
purge them with fire. Aelith needs you to protect her as she empowers the flame to do so.
This is gonna be giga rippy.
Hold off the assault long enough, and she'll be able to demolish the hive
Dude.
with cleansing flame. In other areas, the gap between worlds is strained. Here, you'll find a more familiar encounter with a new twist. A massive breach hand sunders the space between dimensions, and touching it will open an unstable breach, causing monsters to flood in.
It's gonna be so dangerous
If you can
campaign.
slaughter them quickly enough, you can stabilize the breach. This brazen action can draw the attention of Vroon, Marshal of Zesht.
I
who
don't
will
want to
everything
draw
it
the
can to
attention
stop
of
you.
Rune.
Defeating this boss will permanently seal the breach, severing
This is
another
damage.
connection between the Breach Lord's world and Rayclast. These stabilized breaches are similar to what a breach once was, but with upgraded monsters, a success condition to shoot for, UI tracking to keep the player informed of their progress through the encounter, and satisfying feedback when you do manage to complete the encounter.
You didn't even
We've
loot the
taken
quest
all
item.
the lessons
Quest
we've learned
object.
since the release of Breach 9 years ago and improved upon it in every way we can.
It's just
However,
the Fortnite patch.
much of the joy of Breach came from its simplicity. While we want to
Trying to
modernize
get
the
the Fortnite
mechanic,
audience.
we don't want to undermine the core experience. You're still mostly just slaughtering hordes of enemies in a circle.
What the hell is that? Is he linking to his specters
Finally,
or something?
in endgame areas, you might run into breach constructions that have been left unopposed for too long and have grown into their full twisted glory.
Or there's like
Breach
fortresses, hives.
Towering flesh-crafted cities in the sky. These are the visions of the Breach Lords made real in Rayclast, teeming with breach monsters. You must raid and destroy these cities with the help of Aelith and her flame. In
It won't be
some
that
of
laggy
these
in
hives,
2v1.
you may even encounter some of the Breach Lords themselves, who
wow.
will not be happy you're intruding on their planned conquest.
Are they any different?
Now, let's talk loot. Of course, being in exile is hard work, and you're unlikely to help entirely out of the goodness of your heart. Fortunately,
Oh, there's a timer.
Aelith has power and rewards aplenty.
It's a timer like
born of the Breach Realm itself to offer you for
Diablo
your
3
assistance.
Rifts.
Help her, and she'll bring you to the Monastery of the Keepers, the hallowed halls of her order. Here,
like 20
you'll
FPS.
find the Genesis Tree, the growing heart
Rather-
of the Keeper's power.
Rather phallic.
On interacting with it, you'll find that this tree has a tree. That's right. It couldn't be Path of Exile unless the tree also had a tree. More importantly, the Genesis tree is an engine of unholy creation, and a profitable one. As you complete breach encounters and work more with Aelith, you'll be able to grow the Genesis tree larger and larger,
not
sprouting
gross.
additional limbs. Each of these limbs, you'll notice, has their own inventories. These can be used for an unusual method of crafting new items. With this system, you'll be able to grow currency, uniques, equipment, and a new kind of otherworldly item, grafts. Grafts are breach hands grown directly from the Genesis tree, born of the same flesh and sinew as the invading monsters.
It's like this.
These fuse directly to your body in a completely safe process.
It's like
Don't
scary movie.
worry
Take
about
my hand. Take my strong hand.
With grafts, you can harness the power of the breach. Some provide passive benefits like this or this, but they can also grant a wide selection of powerful skills. These graft skills can provide a flexible way to fill gaps in your build, offering everything from damage
Is that Winter
to potent
Orb?
defensive buffs and crowd control.
That was a winter orb.
For example,
Graft.
the Battering All Graft will call massive
that
arms
damage?
to erupt from the earth, stunning all those they hit.
154.
For some additional
1,000
pack clearing
damage?
power, you could consider the Squalling Tool Graft. When commanded, this graft will cast Dance in the White,
Dude, what
creating a
is
deadly
all of
ice
this?
tornado, which aggressively seeks enemies and fires off bursts of ricocheting projectiles when you critically strike with skills.
This is crazy.
For some further utility and a useful buff, try out
Oh.
the Storming Eshgraft. This can be commanded to call down a ring of bolts from the sky that will leave behind the new Radiant Ground. Radiant Ground grants a potent damage buff to allies standing within it and makes their hit damage lucky. If you're simply after raw damage, look no further than the erupting Zothgraft, which causes massive eruptions of fire where you command, which then re-erupt when you Warcry. There are a total of 16 different graft types you can grow, each with their own skill. You can even unlock a second graft slot as you progress through Aelith's questline.
I feel like some of these are
Mix and
passive.
match Fleshzone horrors to your heart's content.
Or are they all command? Some of them are command
Now,
for sure.
grafts aren't just here to make you stronger. They are also your means of feeding the Genesis tree, which needs constant supplies of graft blood to grow anything useful. You can do this by defeating breach monsters, which will leave behind blood that your graft will automatically collect. When you feed this blood to the tree, your allocated passives will be put to work.
Yeah,
This
AoE
section of the
clears
Genesis
into
tree
huge.
can be used to grow new grafts for you, which the Genesis tree will then birth in a gruesome display. Basic passives on the tree might increase item rarity of birthed grafts, or the chance to birth additional grafts. These passives can target specific types of grafts, and this passive causes grafts to be birthed with a random amount of quality.
Man, we're not gonna get all this
Quality
stuff
improves
until
the amount of blood that can
the
be
day of the
stored by
patch.
your grafts.
from data mine.
This section of the Genesis tree births currency items. Basic passives can result in more or better currency. Allocate this passive to sometimes cause a shower of currency to burst forth from the flesh of the tree. Yeah, it's a bit gross, but
Wait.
working with the organic matter of a bunch of dead otherworldly creatures was never going to be a clean affair. Grafts themselves are born of a different world, so are unmodifiable by most currencies. However,
Most.
with this passive, the Genesis tree can occasionally grow fleshy mockeries of currency orbs. These function like augmentation orbs, regal orbs, or exalted orbs,
Oh.
but they work on your grafts instead of normal gear.
That sounds
Yep,
crazy
it's
good.
graft crafting.
Jesus
Allocating
Christ.
this passive can result in Foulborn currencies. This Foulborn Exalted Orb, for instance, behaves as a normal Exalted Orb, except it guarantees a higher tier modifier. By locking out a large portion of the lower rolls, a normal Exalted Orb would be able to hit. The largest section of the
So it's like
Genesis
the-
tree
the,
is
PvT
used to
currency.
grow rare equipment items. For these, you have a lot of agency to influence the type and modifiers on your grown item.
Dude, look at all these
For example,
branches.
You can specifically target boots with a dexterity requirement,
Dude, this is
with an increased
crazy.
chance for speed modifiers, and reduced chance for cold modifiers. Or maybe you'd prefer to look for a two-handed axe with increased chance for physical modifiers. This section of the tree is for growing unique items. Similar to the equipment section, there are passives that let you target growing specific types of uniques or rarer uniques. The process of growth is not always a perfect one, however, and can result in some defects. This passive
Down
can
syndrome?
result in birthed uniques becoming Foulborn, which mutates one of the existing modifiers on the item into a new one, resulting in some interesting new ways to use that unique. For example, this Foulborn Quill Rain no longer has increased projectile speed, but instead has increased area of effect. Another Foulborn Quill Rain could replace the mana gained on hit with the much more powerful modifier where insufficient mana doesn't prevent your bow attacks. Here are some other examples.
Yo.
This passive even gives a rare chance for Foulborn uniques to have multiple different modifiers mutated.
Man, this is like some trade league
I'm
stuff.
sure you'll come up with some extremely powerful uses for these.
Man, this might be a trade league. I
We'll
think there's gonna be a
leave it up
boss
to
race
you to
though.
discover what this mysterious part of the Genesis tree can grow. So, ultimately, you'll be slaying masses of breach monsters, harvesting blood with the aid of your grafts, feeding that to the Genesis tree, growing some items and better grafts, and back again to the slaughter.
I don't know if this is a minion
As
league. I don't
with
think
all
it
our
is.
challenge leagues, this league will come with a set of 40 challenges to pursue, and completing them will award you with the Keeper of the Flame armor set,
I don't know any good
allowing
minion
you to
builds from
truly
Bleach.
embrace becoming a monk and
Except, like
worshipping the
Bomber,
dream.
but I'm not playing Bomb.
Now, graph skills won't be the only new tools to
Okay.
play with. In 327, we're also adding a collection of new skill and support gems. Let's go over them now.
Okay.
Kinetic Rain is a new wand attack, which covers the ground in unstable kinetic energy. These hazards collapse at the slightest touch, releasing their energies into any unfortunate soul who happens to be standing on them.
That's pretty cool.
With enough projectiles and area of effect, an enterprising exile could carpet the world in dangerous kinetic force. Wall of Force creates a barrier of kinetic power, causing allied projectiles to ricochet towards targets automatically. Drop one
Wow.
behind a boss and redirect the bolts of your armies. I'm sure you'll find ways to break this one. Conflagration is a new bow attack which rains down fiery bolts from above that stick
Fire
into the
toxic
ground
rain.
and pulse as you approach. Once you get close enough, these bolts detonate, causing ravaging ignites.
Dude, the screen
These bolts
clutter
chain
with this
react,
is absurd.
allowing you to create fields of incendiary destruction. Thunderstorm is a bow attack, which creates a whirling storm of wind and lightning where it lands.
Wow.
While you're within the storm, it will rapidly grow, until it becomes violently thunderous with lightning-infused clouds.
Man, that looks sick.
At this point, leaving the storm will cause it to detonate, dealing damage to everything within and releasing a flurry of tornadoes in all directions. Attacking with Kinetic Fusillade will create hovering orbs of energy. These linger for a few moments above you before zipping off to nearby targets, chaining between
Wow.
them, then detonating.
Dude, this is like Mirage Archer or something.
Living Lightning support will bring to life living sparks of energy, elemental minions that zap through packs of enemies with speed and ease. Use these alongside your spellcasting to augment your
What?
pack clearing abilities, or find whatever means possible to cover the world in living sparks of
I
ruin.
want to play this.
Wind Burst support unleashes chaotic tornadoes as you attack, which ricochet around wildly and quickly. These deal moderate damage as they travel, but will explode into a highly damaging burst when they expire. So it's a choice between scaling their duration up to get better coverage, or down to access the burst more quickly.
This is damage.
Kinetic Instability is a support gem to go along with the new wand attacks that causes enemies slain to leave behind those same orbs of shimmering energy that Kinetic Rain creates. One might ponder just how many orbs you can create if you were to use both. In 327,
Man, there's
exiles
some
will be
cool
able to
stuff
absorb
there.
the power of some of the bosses they
All right, this is
defeat.
gonna be interesting. What is this?
These take the form of new Ascendancy class options, called Bloodlines. Bloodline classes are a new means of character customization in the endgame. They are secondary Ascendancy classes that are unlocked by defeating specific endgame bosses.
Oh,
They are allocated with your normal Ascendancy points, and you'll have to choose how many of your points go into the original Ascendancy and how many into your Bloodline class.
really?
This means there is a nigh limitless ability to mix and match here, as you could choose to invest just a couple points into your bloodline, or max it out, and you could take any bloodline with any base ascendancy class that you see fit.
I wonder if we're gonna get these bloodlines before launch.
Unlock your bloodline,
Like early.
hunt down the endgame boss whose power you desire, and defeat them, or have a friend help, and claim the power for your own. There are 10 bloodline classes to discover. Bosses who offer this power are typically associated with past leagues,
Dude, all
giving
no
additional
shots.
reasons to engage with that league content.
Why do they put it in
Let's run over a
all?
few examples. The Chaos Bloodline will be offered to you by the Trial Master, if you manage to succeed his final challenge. With his blessing, you can greatly augment your Vow skills in different ways. Priest of Yalmak lets you use Vow skills much more often, while Priest of Kopek makes it harder to build up Vow skills, but makes them far more powerful. Or take Corruption's Embrace, which grants more Vow Keystone powers the more corrupted items you have equipped.
Yeah, I don't want this.
The Ashabi bloodline can be gained by, you guessed it, defeating Ashabi.
Dude, this is
Her
the
abilities
easiest
are
thing
drawn
ever.
from the 3 types of life force that manifest within as Marian spirits.
Wait, he's playing
The Wild
snaking.
Bear rewards you with
What's going on here?
adrenaline for generating rage. The Vivid Cat gives your elusive buffs a chance to refresh, as well as making you more stealthy while elusive. The Primal Owl allows your unleashed spells to reoccur many additional times, and get stronger for each time
It
they
doesn't work
reoccur.
for SRS. It's
The
over.
Nameless bloodline comes from the King in the Mists. Be forewarned, his menacing power comes at a great cost. With the Unseen Hand, you can equip a 3rd ring. But you'll have to decide if that comes at the expense of having no amulet, no belt, or no flasks. Unlike
Wait, all
Silhouette
flasks are
adds a
disabled?
hefty life cost to all your
Oh,
spells,
utility flasks.
but they deal additional chaos damage based on the amount of life spent. Of course, there is more to come. What powers might you glean from delving deep underneath Rayclass to fight all the Crystal King? What secrets can you learn from Lycia, Herald of the Scourge, waiting at the end of the Forbidden Sanctum? As you can imagine,
Dude, finding
there are
all is
countless
so
possible
hard.
combinations with the system.
It takes so
You
long.
could be a Slayer that embraces corruption and vile power, or perhaps you'll play an occultist that doubles down on their dark power by integrating the Nameless bloodline. We are excited to see what crazy and interesting builds players come up with.
So this is really good for Ascendancies to
In
have
the
like
most
3 good
recent
nodes
Path of Exile
and no
2
good fourth.
expansion, the Third Edict, we introduced a much anticipated feature, fully asynchronous trade.
Yeah.
It was a fantastic success. So now we're excited to announce that we'll also be adding this feature into Path of Exile 1. When you reach Act 6, you'll be able to find Faustus in Lion Eye's Watch. Previously, he just operated the currency exchange. Now, he will also act as a steward for your merchants tabs. These are where you can place items for sale, for direct and instant purchase by other players even when you're not online.
Sick.
To list an item, simply place it in the tab and select a currency and an amount.
20 divs. All right.
Once
Self-scam.
listed, other players will be able to find the item by searching for it via the trade website or the new in-game market search. To purchase something for yourself, it's as easy as hitting this button, which will teleport you to the seller's hideout, where you can view their merchants tabs, buy the item, and also view the rest of their wares in case something else catches your eye. Every purchase costs a small fee of gold, as Faustus takes his cut.
Small
To
fee.
account for this further drain on gold, acquisition and cost balance elsewhere in the game has been adjusted. Anything you've managed to sell successfully will have your profits collected here, in a separate tab to claim at your leisure.
Oh, I need to get some market tabs or merchant tabs
To be
rather.
clear, previous means of trading,
Convert.
such as via pre-existing premium stash tabs and the website, will still function just as before. Merchants
Yep.
tabs and the asynchronous trading that comes with them are an entirely additive feature on top of the already existing methods to trade.
Keepers. See, nobody uses trade chat.
You
Well, there's
might
some stuff
find
you use
yourself
trade chat
needing
for,
the
I
trade
guess.
system to buy some upgrades, because
Yeah.
this update also introduces 3 new Uber Pinnacle boss
We're
fights.
probably gonna need a boss race. Watch.
These encounters
Calling
are
it.
manifested from the memories of Zana.
Dude, these
And
like
in
some of
their
these are gonna be
long
hard.
torment, they have festered into something truly deadly. These fights offer an imposing challenge, alongside powerful rewards.
This boss might actually be tricky.
In order to gain access, similar to existing Uber Pinnacle fights, you'll need to discover fragments dropped by Tier 17 map bosses.
Wait, didn't they make
Each attempt at the new
fragments
Uber
more
Pinnacle fights will
common?
require 5 of these.
Dude, they need to make
Let's
these
dig
more
into some
common.
of the challenges you'll need to face in these new Uber versions. In the original incarnation of Neglect fight, the statues can be used to block the laser beams to hide behind, giving you
Spoiler.
an opportunity to avoid being shocked, frozen, or killed. When you run near these statues, they activate and allow you to reposition them. While activated, they will not stop the lasers, meaning you want to position them well, then avoid them. However, in the Uber version of this fight, instead of being a safe haven, the statues will refract the laser beams, causing a ruckus of energy to cover the arena. Activating them will prevent the refraction, so unlike the base fight, where you want to position them well and then avoid them, you'll be wanting to
Holy damage,
constantly
dude,
keep these
what?
statues active. But then, you have to deal with their assault of attacks.
Oh, dude,
While
this looks
fighting the
fucked.
incarnation of fear, these fiery orbs will slowly clutter up the arena, locking off portions of it until you bait the boss into detonating them himself with his thrown spear.
Oh, I didn't know that was a mechanic.
When Uberified, these orbs are attached by a flaming leash to the boss, rotating around him constantly. More and more will spawn as the fight goes on, making it even more imperative that you clean them up by cleverly using the boss's abilities against him. Normally in the
This is
incarnation of
ridiculous.
Dread fight, during the bullet hell phase, you have to acquire a red rose, run it to the boss, then collect a blue rose, doing the same. causing it to get heavy stunned and interrupting its mechanic. In the Uber version, you have to do the same, but in order to get the blue rose, you have to defeat the Incarnation of Neglect. And to get the red rose, you have to defeat the Incarnation of Fear. Good luck.
Excuse me?
Given the difficulty of these bosses, their rewards should be worth your while. Let's take a look at some.
Probably gonna be the amulet, frost amulet.
From the Uber Incarnation of Neglect fight, we have Bitter Instinct, a spiky shield that turns retaliatory strikes into preemptive ones, making it just a matter of time before the long arm of justice crushes your foes.
Kinda cool.
Alternatively, you might find Festering Resentment, a poisoned blade with an unending supply of toxins built into the hilt. These toxins are put to good use, causing every spell you trigger to be capable of poisoning with all damage it deals, enabling a truly crazy trigger-centric poison ruckus. And from the Uber Incarnation of Dread, the Hallowed Monarch, a counterpart to the Dark Monarch,
Dude, what is
which
this?
focuses more heavily on investing into one or a few minions, rather than growing your hordes to massive proportions. Storm Rayclast, with your chosen few at your side,
What?
stealing power from your
This
enemies as you
seems
go.
really bad.
We've got a number of quality of life changes to bring to 327 as well,
But maybe.
many of which you may have seen already in some of our pre-livestream teasers.
Yeah, those are not
but
impressive,
For
eh?
those who haven't,
Those uniques.
Heist is a mechanic which has long frustrated some players who may otherwise have been interested in the rewards it has to offer, but
One
have
elf
no
uniques.
desire to grind through the early progress of finding and running low-level contracts to get all of the rogues to their maximum level. Well,
This is kinda cool.
starting in
Still not running
327,
Heist, though.
Heist rogues will
Still ain't
automatically
running it.
begin at maximum level, so you can start your dubious criminal career without all the busy work. Points invested into your Atlas passive tree will now be refundable with gold. Just speak
Scroll
to
up. I want to
Carrot
see the
do
top of the
so.
Atlas tree. Scroll up.
For players who love jumping between strategies, there's also an option to instantly refund your entire tree, which of
Didn't scroll
course
up.
can now also be done with your regular passive tree as well. Now you can make all your decisions with no regrets. Well, maybe some regrets. You no longer need to purchase bestiary orbs. You can now itemize beasts for free directly from your bestiary.
Holy
From late Act
QOL.
1, you can now mass identify your items at an NPC in every town. And from Helena in your hideout.
This is really
does
nice for
not
campaign.
require Scrolls of Wisdom at all. While using an Alteration Orb, you can now hold Alt to swap to using an Augmentation Orb, if one is available. Opening a Blight Chest will now open all other Blight Chests near it.
This is probably going to be applied
Rogue's
to
disenchanting services can
the
now be
Abyss boards
accessed
as
from
well.
towns
If it's
and
not nerfed.
hideouts.
It's probably nerfed though.
Kerak missions now have a handy icon to show at a glance what kind of mission they are. Holding down Control and right-clicking on stacked decks will now continuously open them to your inventory.
This is kind of annoying though. You should have a bunch of
notifying you in
shitty
chat what the outcome is.
divination cards in
If
your
you still want to open them
stash?
direct to the ground, to let
Not
your
ideal.
loot filter provide a dose of dopamine, you
Oh.
can still do that too by also holding Shift.
Oh, never mind. Control shifts. Okay.
Val
Okay.
orbs
Saved.
can be used
Saved.
on monsters encased in essences, to the same effect that remnants of corruption have. When multiple skill gems are ready to level at the same time, you'll now be able to click this button to level them all up at once.
Nice. Nice.
Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs.
Oh, dude. What about the balance?
Today,
Just
we're
give us the
launching two
balance
new
info.
series of supporter packs. The Champion of Theopolis
What is that?
and the Verdant Magus packs.
I like the Magus one.
Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions.
That one's hideous.
As always, the microtransactions in
Dude,
these
what
packs are
even-
purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power
No shot
or
I would use
progression
that.
in any way. The Champion of Theopolis series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Dude, the bull looks
Manifest
hideous.
its champion's ferocity, as the Lion's Might unique finisher effect rips your enemies to shreds. Open the Champion of Theopolis portal to end your crusade through maps in the style expected of a true victor of the arena. Defeat your enemies like a true gladiator, wearing the Grand Champion of Theopolis armor set. The armor awarded only to the most elite warriors of the Grand Arena.
Holy pog,
Take
dude.
charge of the situation and storm into combat with the Flaming Minotaur's Quicksilver Flask effect.
I'm alright.
The Champion's Podium map device rises up to honor the glory you've achieved as you activate it.
That looks
Ascend
cool.
the stairs and stand atop the platform as you enter your maps. Each
kinda cool.
flame surrounding the platform represents a remaining use on your portal. The Burdenback Belly Goat carries all the supplies necessary for a campsite
Burdenback.
as he travels behind you in battle. When placed in a hideout, instead of roaming around like your other pets, their supplies are deployed, creating a small camp where you can access your stash and providing a place to take a load off while you rest next to the campfire.
It's a mobile stash?
The Verdant Magus series contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
It's the
Having
harvest.
Faustus
the
sell
harvest
your
set.
items on your behalf is great and all, but sometimes you just want to feel a little bit more shady about your dealings. The Back Alley Trader hideout decoration is more secretive with your trades, creating distance between you and your customers. Note that until 327 is released, this Back Alley Trader will only serve as your currency exchange. Once it's out, it will be updated to have the new managed shop option to also facilitate your trades. The Verdant Wayfinder pet is a loyal companion to any Master Magus. As you approach waypoints, it envelops them with its vines,
Pay to
guiding you
win?
throughout
Pay to win?
Raidforest.
Hello? Wait, no, it's not pay to
Control
win.
Earth and nature itself, as the Great Verdant Magus armor set envelops you in the ancient power now lost to
You can
time.
see through his
There's
belly.
also a matching back attachment included. Remnants of the forest ripple out from
Yeah, I
within
don't-
you with the Verdant Magus
don't want
level up
that.
effect equipped, restoring life to the corrupted land. Call on an ancient golem to use their power to create a
Kinda
safe
cool.
passage for you to retreat through with the Arcane Golem portal.
It's too big though. Pause.
As a Supreme Verdant Magus,
Oh.
you can travel to your Arcane Isle hideout.
Damn, alright, that's kind of
A
cool.
cluster of islands held together by ancient magic
$90.
passed down between elite mages.
That's kind of cool.
Stand atop your tower
Shit.
and relish the great heights you've reached above those who have not harnessed the arcane.
Oh, I kind of want it.
These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console and will remain so during Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame.
You use this in Pee-wee too,
Additionally,
right? There's a
any
chance I buy that.
microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2.
Turtle still go. Turtle is good.
Meanwhile,
I would like another
the
one as
Crypt
well.
Keeper and
Just a
Frisian
little bit of
Magistrate
variety for
packs
YouTube
leave the
videos.
store forever at the launch of the Keepers of the Flame League.
Turtle is a bit
So
cooler.
now's your last chance to purchase them. Thank you
Variety.
so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame at 11 AM New Zealand time, 3 PM Pacific. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to holding off the Breachlord's conquest, crafting gruesome grafts, planning dozens of Bloodline-empowered builds, and filling out our trees tree. We hope you all join us.
Man, that was pretty cool. There's a lot of cool stuff here. I'm really curious to see the balance changes, but what we've seen so far sounds pretty good. I like the Bloodline Ascendancies.
G'day Exiles and welcome to the
G'day.
post-reveal discussion and Q&A with Jonathan and Mark.
Hey, mate.
Lead guys who make games, I believe was what we discussed as the
Official
titles.
yeah,
That's the
official title. Yeah.
Excellent. I like it. It's good. We're talking about how to inflate their titles in the lead up to this. 327 Keepers of the Flame, the reveal we just had there was, I think, quite a banger, but I've been even more impressed with what I've been playing here in the office with some of that, so we'll get into that in a moment. But I'm curious, this is kind of like a special kind of reveal day for PoE 1 fans, as I think it marks a return to schedule for us. You announced this plan to do the 4-month cycle for the
Popping off.
games, two twos, and it seems to be working.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly hard. I'll tell you that, right? Like, it can be pretty brutal
Pause.
on some of the stuff when it's like, every 2 months you got a deadline. But yeah, I mean, look, we have to do it, right? Like, I mean, that was always the intention to get, the regular schedule. It's super important. So we have to make it happen. We have to make sure that is something that we can do going forward. But yeah, I would like. I'm honestly, I'm so happy that we managed to, to get everything back, and I think it helps a lot.
I think like things feel a lot less like crazy here this visit for me, like, and things seem a bit more of a finished state as well from what I've been looking at. So
well, we're putting a lot more effort into sort of getting that production process down, making sure that everything's going well. Like, we're hiring producers at the moment, just by the way, in case anyone's out there is like looking as a for a production job. It's something that we're really concentrating on, making sure that because when you've got a schedule like this, when it's this tight, you have to be really, really careful because
there's a ring on the website.
I would say one of the hardest things that we didn't expect, trying to make sure that we get the schedule this short, is you start to become really vulnerable to just like random things, like this person gets sick or like something like that, and that's like suddenly it's like a real challenge. That's been real hard to adapt to. But yeah, I mean, honestly, we have to do it.
Because PoE 2's 030 kind of, we missed it by a week or two as well. We're like, normally that's okay. Yeah, you slip a week or two, but now all of a sudden now you got a bit 2 week more overlap with 327. And it certainly has less room for error. But again, that's why more production staff should help, and we are just going to get better at it. But yes, we made it to 326 and now 327, mostly on schedule, give or take. One was, you could argue one's an anomaly, 2 is a pattern, so hopefully it should continue as normal, but we'll get better at it 100%, so we'll work out the kinks, but it was always going to be some growing pains to going to 6 releases a year for across both Path of Exiles. So.
Yeah, I remember thinking when you guys were doing 4 releases a year that was crazy. So,
so a similar build series. I don't know what series I'll be doing.
Keeps happening. Is the
a build video, yes, and then 2 other videos are coming along with it, but they're not related. The 2. But I have one build video for sure. Yeah.
Adapt the content around the time. Like consistency is key. So hopefully we can keep doing that. That's still our current philosophy and plan. So yeah.
I think you were telling me once before, Jonathan, that when
I have time, maybe I'll do like a companion video for the build guide. We'll see. I'm not sure yet.
A lot better.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, it helps with everything, right? It helps with the players just feeling the consistency. It helps with like developers. Like it's just overall like a way better state to be in.
So, Breach 2, aka Keepers of the Flame. It's the first real direct sequel league in PoE. Now, I know we're kind of sequeling with stuff in PoE 2. There's like definitely follow-ups there, but this is the actual first true sequel league, and it seems like people are pretty keen on the idea. I think the reception's been pretty good so far, first impressions. What are your guys' thoughts on doing a sequel? Were you like anti-sequel, pro-sequel? Because I know people kind of...
I would say personally that so whenever you do a sequel, you're entering a dangerous territory because people who didn't like the original could then now be like, oh, I'm disappointed because like as soon as they hear that it's a sequel to something they didn't like, they're like, it's not. You could just be ruling out a bunch of people in your audience right away. Now, Breaches, I would say, is a pretty popular one, so like there's less danger there.
Everybody loves Breach.
Effectively, in order to make a sequel to something, I think you really have to be doing something that had to be a real banger back when you did it, so that people actually are definitely on board from the beginning. In general, I'd say we'd prefer to do stuff that's like new, but I think this one was a good fit. It was a good example of something to do, and people are liking it. So
I mean, as Jonathan said, yes, like some leagues are more divisive than others. Some have more kind of X factor out there gameplay. With the whole Blight Tower defense, and some of them are more maps and a bit more crazy. And immediately you do turn off some people, and we know that going in. When we make these, we try and make it something good for everyone, but Breach had that, just like you're just slaying hordes of monsters. You're just killing. It's the classic. We talk about reinventing the wheel. Here we talk about not reinventing the killing monsters in circles. And it has that. And by the way, that is a massive thing when doing the sequel, is we're like, we must keep the killing monsters in circle. Because the last thing I want to do is, and this is another risk of a sequel, is take something that people love and then just ruin it.
Like Assassin.
We really focused on the weaknesses of what Breach had, because it was nine years ago, almost to date. I think it was. I think it was December 9 years ago. So we're almost there. Just if you want to feel a bit old for a moment there.
My back. Ow.
you know, and I actually still remember working on it. It does not feel like it was that long ago. I made those 5, you know, the 5 Breach Lords back when, and you know, put together all the monsters and all that interesting stuff back then. And I was like, what was I doing? Like we took the player characters, put some micros on them, and dunked them in red paint.
That was the style at the time.
You know, it was like, so it's not only been fun to come back and do a sequel. Which, by the way, we've codenamed Breakwall, which is obviously a given.
But attack speed on this.
We've coming with like 9 years of lessons learned, including you know, with all the lessons learned from PoE 2 as well, and then coming back and being like, what do we know now that we didn't know back then? And it's like, okay, let's not sabotage the gameplay, the killing of monsters, the killing monsters in a circle. And
use an offering skill, so trigger doesn't work here.
Okay, well. Nowadays, if we were to do a league, it generally comes with, you know, some character power arc. You've got some crafting system. You know, there's generally a meta system, and then that's where you get like the grafts, the Genesis tree, and all that stuff come in. And again, focusing on that, less of like
this is like a DD playstyle.
Focusing on the combat mechanic this time around because we kind of knew that was a success.
Yeah.
And you'll find that. You know, it might be less trivial with some of the other content that's a little bit more.
This is a
like
3-button DD playstyle.
We'll see.
Desecrate, offering, and then you use
like basically all of the things you mentioned.
Great
there.
Avalanche.
But out of interest, what's like a league mechanic
Doctor
or
Leave
expansion that you either would or wouldn't want to sequel at some point? Like, what would be a bad example? Is maybe interesting.
Well, I think the one that you said there with the tower defense stuff, it's just like that would be very divisive, right? Immediately, if we said doing a sequel in PoE 1 to that, there'd be immediately a bunch of people would be like, yeah,
I like Blight.
I know.
I think you'll get both ends of this. I think you'll get the most passionate people wanting it, and then you'll get the most people that hate it on the other side.
Right.
For sure.
Yeah.
That being said, like, it isn't like, oh no, that means Blight's never getting improved.
Right.
There's differences between overhauling and improving a league.
Yeah.
Man, wait, this is
and obviously doing a narrative sequel where you kind of step away from some of it, and you know,
Hiveborn.
Really,
this is crazy.
Like,
this is 30 minions.
There's so many leagues, right? Insert all of them will get attention. Sometimes they'll just be quality of life, similar to what we've done with Heist this time round. Because honestly, that might probably deserves more. And then other times it'll just be an upgrade.
I certainly wouldn't want people to say, oh yeah, we're just going to do sequels from now on. That we're definitely not. Like, I don't think it's going to be the most common thing. I think it's just a thing we decided to do here, and you know, maybe we'll do it again sometime. But most of the time, I think people want new stuff and, you know, different new things.
I like the revisit, so I wonder. There's definitely some lore and stuff I'd like to see expanded. Like, I feel like Harbinger, for example, touched on some stuff that was maybe only scratching the surface.
Part of what allows us to do the sequel here, by the way, and from a more production point of view, is that because we did the Twisted Domain and the new Breach monsters in PoE 2. We got to utilize the monsters. So we didn't take the bosses from PoE 2. We made full from scratch boss fights for this for Keepers of the Flame. Cool. But for the monsters, a lot of it's reusing the models, the animations, the rigging, you know, a lot of the art side of it. And because we get to do that, we get to then focus our attention on all those other things that we would otherwise have to have a bunch of resources dedicated to. So like there's a kind of like two birds, one stone going on there where we not only got to do it, we got to do it in a more cost-effective way that allowed us to focus on other features that are going in the expansion. So, you know, win-win for players and for us in that regard. But, you know, it would be less trivial with other sequels or to other leagues where we don't necessarily have all the monsters and everything made like that. So, not to say it's impossible, but it's just an interesting factor that came up that allowed us to do more here than we might, you know, if we don't forward think enough or forward plan enough, and I mean quite far in advance, because like making these full monsters from scratch is not a short-term process. You know, we might not be able to do for some other leagues. So, you know, just a kind of fun internal kind of consideration that we made.
Well, like an interesting thing here as well with the fact that Breach is in PoE 2, and I don't normally get into lore, so lore warning, but I'll try and keep it as oversimplified as possible because I definitely have delved into the deep end of the lore of this stuff. But so to simplify it, PoE 1, Chayula, baddie, we fight them. They're like the pinnacle boss from the first game, and yet in PoE 2 they're like explicitly not there as part of the boss of that, and also there's this lore kind of exploring the idea that they helped humanity at some point. So I'm curious if this expansion is kind of filling out the story in the in-between here, maybe explaining some of the stuff.
It 100% is. That was a huge other win we got to do here, because really there was like, okay,
Wait,
there's the
this skill's
breaches in
automatic,
PoE
eh?
1, you know, previous to Keepers of the Flame, and then there's kind of breaches in PoE 2 with the Twisted Domain. And
It's like steel skin that's automatic.
How did we get here? What happened? Okay, so it's 25 years. It's
27
what's
cooldown.
going on here? So we wanted to, given again, because 9 years ago we weren't really putting that much into the narrative of leagues and into, you know, you'd find back then. I mean, you know, we're not far from Onslaught League back
weird.
then, right? It was just 20% of some stats. So, and even when we had Anarchy, there was Exiles, but like there's, you know, there's named characters, but we didn't really have voice acting for anything. You know, like we've kind of stepped up our game in a lot of delivery of that. So now we get to, you know, come back and go, let's establish a bit more about Breach. Obviously, there's uniques and flavor texts historically, but yeah, we got to establish a little bit more, add some interesting stuff to it. Meanwhile, also, yeah, progressing the narrative towards what if people are playing PoE 2 see. Now, that being said, if you just play PoE 2, you don't need to know all of this. If you just play PoE 1, good on you. You now know it all. You know, it's all entirely optional information to know, but yeah, you kind of have this. I mean, worth noting, you know, on the kind of Chiola arc, you know, yeah, there's a bit of like, is he good, is he bad kind of thing going on. Still to be determined, at least for the players.
I've got a cult following, but that doesn't necessarily mean one way or the other, does it?
You know, like
Valor became either destroyed or given a new implicit. I wonder what the odds are.
Chiola over there.
Yeah.
What goes on in between?
Even,
but
I was reading the flavor text of the Acolyte of Chiola this morning, and I'm like, even that doesn't really like kind of suggests that maybe it's not a good idea to be following them, but but there's power.
But like the monastery of the Keepers of the Flame is actually where the monk trained and from PoE 2 grew up and all of that stuff. So kind of little fun bits there. People playing both games will appreciate it. It's still great. It's going to be great in either game, and it allows us to develop. So
Perfect Regal.
Look, they're both set in Ray class. It's still a shared narrative, and it's nice to be able to like evolve all of that. And it's, you know, it's honestly been fun, really, honestly, doing all of that.
It's cool. It's cool to expand kind of like some of the story of the Ascendancies there as well. Like you're getting a bit more of a tie in there as well. But you said the monks trained there.
Wow.
Though. I thought you were just telling me earlier that the monks trained here in the studio. What's
Yeah, so technically now, officially, the monk has been trained by one of our IT administrators here, since that was he was the person he's I'm not sure what the martial art is, but you know, he's very well trained. I believe a black belt, and we used him for our mocap reference.
That's so cool.
Hopefully he doesn't mind me mentioning that, but you know, it's
Awesome.
quite
Pretty
fun.
good jewel.
I think our animators enjoyed that one a little bit as well.
Wonder where you put that.
Awesome. I don't. You guys hadn't really done too much of that in the past, or
You mean mocap?
yeah, like
I mean, the
stuff?
animators always film visual references. So, like, I mean, they've got a room basically where they go up and they're just, you know, like doing all the animation, acting out. They're often not actually mocapping technically with like, you know, all of the suit and everything, but they're often filming that and then doing animation to it. So
The
it's pretty common.
I'd say one of the most
Cyan?
useful pieces
Yeah,
of
I think you might be
technology
able to
that
put it
we've been able to
near,
benefit from is it's a
Glancing blows as well, maybe.
literally single phone shot mocap and very quick from recording to in-game animation. It works really well for animating obviously humans, but
helps.
also for when it's involving just a single
It's
human.
not very good there.
It's like ultra quick. Like if you have two and they have to interact and make contact, it's not very good at
Fire res
handling
tattoo. Does
but
that actually
It's
work?
been insanely fast. Just you just get a single small tripod with a phone.
Dude,
and,
if
you
that
can
actually
you
works,
can record a human and
this is going to
chuck it
be
in game
insane.
pretty rapidly.
I doubt it works.
So that's been amazing, and
That'd be
obviously
broken.
almost all of the human.
I mean, you could usually
animations
test
are now
with
seen in
current,
game, where it's not someone punching or hitting
reach
another person.
jewels, I
so
think.
like, it's not, you know, the best for combat and kind of scripted cinematic interactions between characters, but just those kind of freestanding town idols and all of that stuff. Yeah, you
So this
can
is
do pretty
28%
rapidly.
increase
I'd say
max life here, I think.
been a pretty big improvement, I'd say, in a cool way. So
Yeah, and I mean, you're getting like PoE2 quality stuff in Path of Exile 1 as well. Like, I've definitely seen things like that's a lot more
Pretty good.
going on there
Really
than there
good.
usually is in PoE 1. You were just talking about the fact that the original bosses were just exiles with extra color filters on them, right?
I mean, everything new that goes into PoE 1 like has been a lot higher standard than some of the early stuff for a
Yeah.
very long time, right? Because it's not like you have people being like, oh, you know what, I'm going to make this worse quality because it's going in PoE 1. Like obviously they're going to make something look as good as we can make it, right?
Our artists are artists,
yeah,
you know?
exactly,
They
right?
just
So
make
I mean,
the good
anything you
quality
can
art.
make.
You could probably phone it in a bit more, I reckon.
They
but
don't. No, an artist doesn't want to do that, right? They
No,
want to make stuff
fair.
that's good. So
Who wants to do that?
yeah,
I
yeah.
That's
appreciate
a
that
quick way
mindset.
to remove their job satisfaction.
Right.
Make bad stuff.
Yeah.
It's too good.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. So you mentioned the sanctity of the kill monster in Circle. So on the mechanical front, I noticed that there's actually two distinct types of breaches here. There's very much close to the original one, but then there's this hive one. What are the differences between the two, and how do they work?
We've got 4 encounters total. At the more common one is the kind of what we're saying is the hive. So the breach have come through those the hand portals. They've stabilized
Dude,
the
what is
breach and are
that?
now building their
That
hives.
shotgun skill.
And
What
so
the
you'll
hell?
come across there's heaps of walls and constructs and some half organic, half inorganic. And you get the little spider things, which I think is the Twitch drop for the stream. You get those and they're kind of building and they're like putting together like molecule by molecule building these hives. And that's the one where you come in and you get given the power of the Keepers of the Flame, and that can just incinerate away all of the material, and you're kind of just like running around pretending to be a Righteous Fire build for a moment.
I'll just note as well, like you don't have to click any doors or like bump into any walls. They just evaporate before
you just run around. You run around
so
burning
good.
stuff. It's kind of satisfying. You see ash going everywhere. There's a couple things going on there. So generally when you get to the center, you summon an Aelith, you start the encounter. And effectively just kill a whole bunch of monsters. They're trying to get to her. They're trying to kill her. They're not super effective at it. We're not doing the whole like, they are persistently wanting to aggro on her. They're going to try and kill you. That's honestly more of an immersive flavor thing than it is like meant to be too interruptive of a mechanic or anything like that. Again, because I wanted to just keep killing monsters being the primary focus.
But there is a thing where the more walls you burn, the more
there's amongst all the walls you can get these like spawners, these like hive portals, where the monsters can then come through. So if you want to activate more to have more monsters, have more difficulty and get more reward, you want to burn as many of those hive spawners as possible, and then they will turn into portals once the fight begins. If you just want to run to the center, start the fight, do the fight and leave, go for it. The other thing here is, though, that, of course, obviously this can be a bit of a clear, speedy thing where it's like, So, during those encounters, using the power of the purple flame, these kind of purple
Man, this
flames
conflagration seems kind of
Each of them
good.
kind of has a skill attached, just like an oh shit button.
What is like fire
And
trap
so, like, if
damage
you're
right
getting
now?
overwhelmed, there's like different things you can just click if you wanted to, if you needed to. Most powerful characters, you'll be fine. Just as it kind of like will send out a giant nuke and clear stuff, or like create this like flame wall and anything that runs
See, this
into
is
it will burn
fire
and
trap
that.
damage
It's honestly more to
on
help
the dot
out
here.
players that are kind of struggling or on the weaker end and aren't like, able to kind of keep up with it. So it just normalizes the difference between.
Oh, but you
bottoming the top
can't.
end a bit. Again, not meant to
You
be
can't
intrusive,
pro-lift
not meant to be
the
like
dot itself.
complicated. We kept it simple and
Only
it's just
pro-lift
like
the
99%
hit
of it.
ignite?
I mean,
Just
when you boil it down, it's basically just like a fast-paced wave defense. Like, just survive 6-8 waves of
Pretty
monsters
much,
that are
yeah.
rushing at you pretty fast, and but it doesn't have that same clear speed pressure that the like basic one has.
Yeah. So that's one
8%
encounter.
more?
Second
Yeah,
encounter
unfortunately it doesn't
is
skill.
like the traditional breach,
That doesn't
the
skill
one
the
that
dot, I don't
players
think.
have,
Well, the
historically
the
been
ignite.
playing. You activate a thing.
Oh,
the
it
breach
looks pretty good,
expand
though,
out. So these
honestly.
are
It
breaches
looks pretty
that
good.
haven't been stabilized yet.
Yeah.
So they haven't come through to build their hive. So you activate it. It starts expanding. You kill all the monsters. It's revealing. And then once you've killed enough, and if you can
Pretty
kill
interesting.
enough, like it can be kind of hard early game, but like towards end game, that's your goal. You'll notice a progress bar filling up. And once the breach gets to the end, that means that it will become stable. And so what was going to happen is when it becomes stable, the breach are going to send through their like difficult monsters, their elites, their enforcers, their front line to come through and secure the area so they can send through their like little worker spiders to start building their hives.
I'm
so
in
this
danger.
is like a yet to be a hive, and so you obviously don't witness all of that. Generally, what you do experience is you kill enough monsters. And then in the center, the portal activates and a bunch of monsters and often a boss floods through. And so now you have to go back to the center and fight all that, kill everything, defeat the boss, get the loot, and then everything drops then and there once you successfully do that. If you can't do it, run away. That's up to you. You can still play it the old way if you want and like not get so much rewards, just kill as many as you want and move on. But generally speaking, you'll want to go back to the middle. You want to kill the either waves of hordes of monsters coming through the portal or the boss that spawns.
That like locks open then once you reach that stabilization point.
Yeah,
So
it locks
you don't have
open
to
the time.
rush.
Yeah, so that's another good thing. Yeah, so the existing breach. I mean, obviously, it's pretty outdated and even imbalanced, and often people were killing the breach lords, that the wild ones, in like a matter of seconds. But I wanted to make sure that boss fight didn't have a time condition. So yeah, once it stabilizes, that's it. You just once you kill them, it closes. You have infinite time to kill that boss and fight those monsters. You're not just like, oh my god, I got to do it. So like it is a more substantial, and generally because you've cleared everything in that circle now, it's like it almost like you created your own arena. You've got like a nice clear area where you can fight that boss and focus on killing that boss. Now he has minions in a regard, so obviously it's not just one-on-one, but that mechanic's like quite cool. So that's the like Varun, the Marshal of Zesht fight. He has some specific drops. You generally want to kill him. And then, so that's encounter number 2. And then, encounter number 3. I know who's going on a bit of a thing here, but these next two are a bit quicker. Encounter number 3 is the kind of sky fortresses you saw. It's very similar to the first fight. It's kind of like, oh, we didn't stop this hive. Some of these hives have been getting built for weeks or whatever, and now they're like, full giant mega structures. So you climb the beanstalk, as I called it, the breach beanstalk.
Nice.
You get up to the sky fortress, and honestly it's kind of just like a map of breach monsters.
There's no
You're clearing
timer.
through.
It's not
Nah,
like
no
the breach
timer at this
deadlines.
point. You can just clear the area and leave, taking your rewards with you. But in the center is like the hive encounter, the very first one, like a wave-based encounter. It's just a lot more epic, and you have to, the same exact thing, except Aelith's like, it's going to take a lot more explosive power to destroy the rest of this hive and seal this portal, so you might want to get out of here. So generally speaking, once you've killed all the waves, you then have to get out of the area before Aelith burns the entire thing to the ground.
Cool.
Normally you can survive that, not in this case. You might want to get out of there. Once you do, you get all the loot. Sweet. You're not going to get that encounter too frequently, but it can be a little bit of fun, a little bit more action-packed when you're trying to escape. And then the fourth encounter is pretty similar to that, except it's just an area with your pinnacle boss, your in-game boss fight at the end of it.
And you basically didn't show those in the trailer, because I did know that people were like wondering why you showed kind of so much of the Uber bosses for the regular content, but you didn't really show any of these guys.
We generally avoid showing bosses for sure, especially new ones. You get a silhouette of it, a single emerge shot, and for sure, like for the Ubers, we're like, well, they've got like 10. 15 skills each. Let's show one mechanic we've changed of each, Maybe not the best option. Like, I know people like their full mystery, so like maybe lesson learned in the future might just show nothing. But we only did show one of all of their skills that have changed, just so people get a general grasp of how they're changing. But I probably, given the feedback, I'm probably just not going to show those again. So,
fair enough.
We'll let it be a mystery. But yeah.
So this skill tree, you actually did it. You made a skill tree. Well done.
The tree.
But this tree is quite fascinating, because it's not just a like a meta progression system for the league or something. Like, there is that, it is progressing, but it is a crafting system. It's a tree that is a crafting system. And from messing around with that, like,
man, its kinetic rain looks really cool as well.
It's a really good idea.
A lot of these skills are really sick.
Yeah,
how did that come about?
It was kind of a mixture from Chris Octavian and I can't remember who. Me and him and kind of Andrew, we all kind of just came up with ideas. But I think the original tree that spawns items or grows items and then hatches items came from Octavian. And the grafts, mind you, as well. He's got a nice creative brain on that one.
Known.
Comes up with some cool ideas. I like that kind of out there style of design, which is good. And so eventually we took that kind of idea. I was the one who brought Breach to the table and was like, oh, we can unify these, and that came from a interesting thing where in the Twisted Domain in PoE 2, you get these you have these trees made of hands that the environment artists made. And I really love them, and I'm like, normally because you're on a timer in that area and you're going hard, you're fighting monsters, you don't really get to appreciate a lot of the art assets in there.
Zoom.
And I was like, wow, damn, I want to use those trees, but have them, because I think they're petrified in that version. So I was like, what does that look like when it's a bit more alive, a bit more organic, a bit more gross? We kind of came up with this tree, and tree that hatches items, and it has this fruit, and then We were like, nah, like I don't want just a tree that has fruit. We just make it needs to be gross and dark and horror. You know, it's like this is a gothic world, and so yeah, we obviously went a little bit more crazy with the theming on it all. But I like it, right? It is dark. It's like a little. You've got this alien-esque demon species, right?
Like squeezing the items out, like with a bunch of plus.
Yeah, it kind of came like that, and then it's like, wow, it needs a meta progression. The good thing about the tree having a passive tree is we get to reuse all the same code that our passive trees use, and then the other because it's good because then you don't have to make a completely bespoke system. And again, it's picking your battles, being able to focus more on what the nodes do as opposed to the underlying system.
I think what's pretty interesting about it though is the way that like it actually for crafting is quite interesting how it sort of encapsulates the idea that you've got like various dependent choices. You don't normally think about crafting in that way, but that's really what crafting is. And so it kind of like means that it's actually a surprisingly natural interface for crafting. Like, it works. It works really well. And so, yeah, that's kind of a pretty interesting one. I don't think I've ever seen it before, someone doing anything quite like that. So,
yeah, like I've seen some crafting trees and stuff, but they usually separate or there's like some little bit. But yes, like that's what I was thinking because I'm thinking a lot about like how do you communicate crafting because it's a pretty complicated thing generally, even in its simplest in Path of Exile. But this does seem to have like a very natural, more understandable way of communicating it because you're allocating the nodes for the craft. You get to see the structure of your craft in a visual manner, which I'm like,
it is cool. And how did we go this? So we've got multiple character trees. We've got world area trees. Is this the first
crafting
tree?
Well, kind of. There was the one with the items. I don't even remember the name.
There was
of it
the there was
Crucible. The Crucible one.
That was items having trees. That wasn't a tree to craft.
Yeah,
you could kind of argue Scourge is like the whole microwave mechanic, kind of. But it wasn't really a tree. It was like a grid. It was a bit different, you know. So. I don't know, it might be our first true crafting tree.
It's like, I just can't help but wonder, like, we'll see, I guess, after a league, but I just can't help but wonder if you, like, accidentally stumbled upon one of the potential solutions to, like, how do you communicate crafting to players? Because it's so hard to do. It's like, I don't know, maybe this has applications elsewhere.
We'll see how it goes. And there's a lot to expand on here, of course. Like, when you have these kinds of tree systems and... You know, immediately people are going to be like, oh, keystones and, you know, where's my crafting tree notables and masteries and jewel slots.
My cluster jewels for my crafting tree.
Yeah, build your own crafting tree.
Yes.
We'll see where it goes, but obviously that depends, you know. We don't want to overcomplicate it off the bat, so you come in with something kind of simple, elegant, see how it works, see how people respond to it.
Isn't stealth like useless?
You know, if things go core, because we always like to decide based on how the players respond, we can evaluate how we want it to be, if we want to change it, if we want to leave it as is, if we want to, you know, so we'll do all that.
Why don't I want this?
Cool. I like a lot of the ideas coming here with that, you know, with that and the grafts and stuff like that. There's some pretty crazy cool things.
So talking about like the idea of preserving some of the stuff from the old Breach or what's not being kept. So you had the old Breach Lord domains. They're effectively being replaced or removed here?
So those are all... We've kept Breach 1, I don't know what you'd call it, fully intact on Standard. Whereas on this league, it's the full Breakwall Keepers of the Flame mechanics. So full replacement. None of that is there in the current... while playing in Keepers of the Flame. Like, all of the Breach nodes on the Atlas tree are gone, you know, and all that. So you've got the current league. Obviously, our intention is that it goes core, but we'll take the better elements of it. One interesting thing here is obviously we still have all the old stuff. So if we miss the mark on some things, it's still there. We can bring it back. We can integrate it. We can, you know... Obviously, it would suck, you know, to have to accept that we have to keep using all the old art and old mechanics and old fight to some degree. But like, if they're more fun, they're more fun. We're not necessarily here in the business of taking away things that people loved. So obviously, I'm pretty confident in what we've got is going to be amazing. And as you said, first impressions pretty positive. So, but you know, worst comes to worst, if we have to take the best of both worlds and merge them, then that's still what we're going to do. Now that being said, so yes, you don't have breach domains in Keepers of the Flame. You got all those new mechanics I described earlier, but that isn't to say there isn't a future where we have a prequel to the prequel, and we have you know, or an update. You know, not necessarily another sequel, but you bring back some of those things that were good about it. So immediately I can see people coming to mind, oh, but what about the uniques or the rewards? We have kept all of that. All of that can be spawned from the tree. You know, you can grow pretty much all of it. You can find, I won't reveal exactly how to do that. You can figure that out.
Yeah, nice.
But yeah, you can generally get all of the historic rewards from Breach from the new mechanic as well. We've tried to keep all of that.
Does this mean Breach
Historic
rings
rewards.
finally get a revamp after sitting there with the silly thing that
Yeah, well,
no one uses?
they got their improvement in PoE too, so we had already accepted that having a double effect while in Breach, especially given, you know, that's only useful some small percentage of the time generally, not good enough. So yes, the Breach rings have been reworked. I believe the implicits are all max res of the corresponding element types. I can't remember what this one is. Whatever, we'll deal with that. But I believe it also restricts or constrains the mods you can roll in it. So it's like Zoff rings, fire mods, etc., etc.
Cool. Sounds rather interesting. The unique crafting as well looked pretty wild. Like, I was pretty excited to see that. I expected it to be like it would remove a modifier and then just replace it with like a random rare modifier or something. But it seems like they're actually handmade modifiers, like there's bespoke modifiers, and even multiple, like those 2 Quill Rain ones. Is this just like a long list of them? And surely you can't do 1,000 uniques worth of those. Like,
I actually don't know what number they got to, but effectively it was just like, we'll just go until we run out of time. But yeah, like there's a whole bunch of uniques. It is here's the list of mods that it can lose. Here's the list of mods it can be replaced with on a per unique basis. Yes. Again, not all the uniques. I almost assure you it won't be the majority. And obviously you're not going to be getting pinnacle boss uniques from here and stuff like that. Those are restricted to things that have specific drop locations But yeah, that being said, it is a list. It would suck to, you know, lose the key mod on an item. So generally speaking, we don't allow like what gives that unique full identity to be removed. A lot of it can be either the fluff stats, sometimes the downsides, some stuff like that. So yeah, we'll just kind of see what happens there. If people love that, it would be the thing where we can add more and more and more and more, and then eventually we will have the entire unique pool covered. So we'll just see how that goes, but
wild.
It's kind of fun.
You love to see it. So the other thing was these creepy arms that you can grow on yourself. I love that. We just, here, have an arm. Sure. Just plug it into your back. Why not? I mean, we were shoving rusty bits of metal in ourselves and stuff before, so why not continue with that? But these are like, it was in the video, but I didn't really like kind of understand kind of how impactful they'd be until I was messing around with it, especially for leveling. But these are like pretty major skills and an extra layer, because especially so there's 16 of them, and you can have 2 of them, and they're like a mixture of auto casting skills, proc based things, so like on attack or something, and manually cast in some cases as well. Like I had a tornado that was like crazy. So these seem pretty significant. What's kind of like the plan for how impactful you want these to be, or like, especially at endgame, like they'll definitely like very impactful while leveling.
Obviously, there's always going to be a spectrum of usability. Generally speaking, yeah, they're going to be pretty powerful. But you know how strong characters can get. They can generally outclass everything. That being said, for a long way, they're going to be pretty damn useful. And even beyond then, there's generally can scale the difficulty of the game like hectically. You'll notice like something I think you observed as well. The numbers on the skills are like out of control.
Yes.
That is because they don't scale with your stats.
Yeah.
Obviously, it debuffs on the enemy. Anything you debuff on them does. But yeah, they don't scale with your increases. The reason for that is that I wouldn't want it to be that if you're a spellcaster, you have to use one that's doing a spell, you know, because you generally focus on increases. And I didn't want it to be that, now in order to benefit from grafts, you have to really only invest in global damage increases and stuff like that. It would restrict the character builds too much. So we made them not scale with your character stats. Obviously, again, as said, if you reduce the resistances of the enemy, then the enemy takes more damage, that kind of stuff. But yeah, there's a kind of a lot of them that vary from utility through to just like pure offensive power. They all also just come with stats. So, and yeah, as you said, if you didn't want to, like, there's ones where you use skills and you can use that tactically. You can merge that with some of your abilities, or if you just want to, you know, effectively let it autocast. There are versions for that as well. If you just can't be bothered, that's also fine. And honestly, the worst comes to worst, at the end of the day, they still kind of just give some mods, and that's fine. And they are obviously used to, if you want to get one that just like specializes in harvesting more graft blood, that's also a thing you can do, because those systems are linked. Like the grafts do gain the graft blood, which is what you give to the Genesis tree to give the items. So there's kind of a nice interlink between.
I mean, they should really be replacing the power that you previously got from mercenaries, right? Like if the league needs to give you something that's going to fit in that power curve, so therefore you could look at it in a similar.
They are mercenaries on your back.
Yeah, in a way you could say that.
That's what I was kind of thinking when I was messing with it. It's like, okay, so we're gonna have 2 of these. It definitely feels like how I was looking at the mercenaries and picking mercenaries that had like 2 really good skills.
Right.
It was kind of a similar idea. So the design of mercenaries has informed this somewhat. Then it seems.
Sadly, you can't gear your arms.
No,
can't put items
can't
on
put a bunch of rings on.
Tell your arm to hold a sword. You know, that would have been kind of fun though.
That would be pretty cool. The way Octavian explained the graphs to me was, he said they're not you, and I'm like, somehow that's really creepy to hear. It's like they're attached to you, but they're not a part of you. That was explaining the scaling. Like that's why they don't scale with your stats, because they're not you.
They're independent life forms, and therefore don't benefit from your passive tree.
We didn't do this, but we had a desire to do unique ones, which I thought was kind of going to be fun. We might do this later, like going core, we'll do it, but we're like, what if you, and I think it was Octavian's like, what if you had a leg growing out of your back? What does that mean? And I was like, what if you had like a good jacked quadrilla arm or something? Because I was like, you could just have unique ones where they have like just like deformations, and you can have like random, deformed crazy things going on, or like, I think I had a design, I was like, what if there was one that was like converted, you're like, I don't care about the league, it converts all graft blood to gold or something, and it's a kind of like cursed pirate treasure arm or something, and we'll see if that goes somewhere later, but I think that could be kind of fun to play around with. So
there's definitely some sort of like biomutant kind of combining of limbs and genetics and stuff potential here, maybe.
Later mechanic, right? Like nice to have these things you can expand on.
Yeah, so it looks like you can synergize with them, but you don't necessarily scale them directly, like you're saying. You can debuff enemies and things like that. While we pan down to some of our additional questions, I've been noticing some that get mentioned a lot in chat that we'll kind of transition over to briefly. So WASD gets mentioned a lot, like if that's something that's planned for Path of Exile 1, if it's feasible, what goes into
so
that?
In order,
it's a pretty big deal.
In order for WASD to happen in PoE 1, we need to get the rigs from PoE 2. In order for that to happen, we need to finish moving all the microtransactions over, which has definitely been a bit of a slow task that we kind of need to get through.
Yeah.
And so effectively it would be like, we do want to do that at some point, and then after that point we can make WASD for PoE 1. But yeah, it's just a question of getting through all that work, and then we can do it. Like, I'm not against it by any means. It's just it's just, I mean, I want it to happen. It's just getting all those things moved over to the new rigs is the limiting factor.
Yeah, and you want it to be kind of reaching a certain threshold, it seems like, of quality.
Well, I mean, so yes, you can do it. You can do it by
Like a
just like
controller.
where the character just rotates.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say that gets like that. The quality of that is really not great. Like, I don't think it feels good. So yeah, I kind of want to make do it with the proper rigs that we get. And look, that would be so beneficial to everything anyway. Like, we're highly motivated to do that because it means that we don't have to rig a bunch of stuff for the old rigs anymore, which a bunch of artists would definitely appreciate.
Hi.
So yeah, like we will get that done, and then but yeah, it's going to take a while. Like, it could be quite a while.
The biggest benefit from the rigs is just that we're going to then be able to actually do a lot more new skills.
Yeah, animation.
In PoE 1 as well that actually use new animations, and it's not going to be an absolute nightmare to try and make. So that's going to be epic when we actually get to that point and can just be like, okay, floodgates open, let's go and make a whole bunch of new skills that are using new animations. Because you'll notice, even though we have a bunch of new skills in this patch, it's all using the existing animations and different means of delivering it. So generally speaking, we have kind of your spell projectile, spell AoE, spell buff. They're kind of separated into all these categories.
Yeah.
And so when you generally do a buff, you just use the buff one, and AoE use AoE one. But as a result, we don't have just cool bespoke things where you, I don't know, do a flip while doing it, doing crazy stuff like that. We're not going to be able to really get that in PoE1 just because the cost is insane to animating that. You got to do that on 7 different characters, 7 different rigs
with all the different weapon sets.
Yeah, with every single weapon set. And because generally PoE1 doesn't have like as much restrictions on the weapons to skill association, it would you'd be like, it's not great. It's really not great, and it would be like the cost of doing that would mean we'd have to do so much less other stuff. So yeah, I mean, just a random tangent on why the rigs would be beneficial as well. Like immediately, I'm just like, oh my god, please, I want to do new skills that are like.
But we will do. We will do it eventually. It's just porting all those stuff.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting insight that you even plan to kind of bring this like PoE2 rigging system over to PoE1 for animations and things like that, because that indicates that the future of Path of Exile 1 is not like very static visually. Like obviously we're seeing new stuff getting ported back, but potentially a lot of stuff getting remade and updated, and like PoE 1 is anticipated to change a lot in that regard over time.
Well, I mean, yeah, it just like for no other reason that it makes our lives easier, we need to do it. But yes, we'll have the side effect of making the game look better too, which I guess is good.
So another thing I saw mentioned in chat quite often was like asking for Trial of the Ancestors, and what's the plans or status of that?
I mean, we want to do it. That ultimately is just a resource thing again. It's like it's one of those ones that it can't be one-to-one. It was too gameable, too solvable. Like got to a point where it was like, this is the strat you do. We need to like fix a bunch of stuff with it. It's not out of the question. It's honestly just a like whenever we assess the scope, it comes up all the time. And it's like, oh, we could do this, or this. What do we? And it's always going to come at a cost to something, and it just has been so far.
Shabby,
326, 327. We've wanted to make sure that we had other priorities. I guess it's safe to say.
Is that betrayal?
TBD, who
Old
knows?
Lady? Forgot her name.
Well, these every single time we don't like plan too far in advance with the stuff. So generally, when we are at the next league or the next 2 leagues worth of discussions, it's like we have a list of things that we could do. It's in that list. I'm sure it'll come up at some point. So we'll see.
Feel free
Delirium
to be coy
boss?
about this, but it seems like since something similar is occurring in Path of Exile 2, that might help you kind of like solve some of these questions for PoE1. So maybe that gives people an idea of the time frame.
Well, as I said once, if obviously there's a could do with respect to PoE2, but if we manage to go down that route, we get to do the exact same thing we did with Breach here, which is that if we have all the monsters made, and a lot of art made, and a lot of encounters, so even if it doesn't appear the exact same way, it'll allow us to do a massive shortcut, which would mean that all of a sudden it is way more possible to add as a feature without having to compromise too much else. So
nice.
Yeah,
I can see that. All right, let's talk endgame, and I'm sure you're anticipating a discussion on Tier 17 modifiers, modifier design, their addition to memory strand maps, risk scarabs, and map modifier effect. So I list all these things out because they all come together to form a bit of a tangled mess of late endgame. And I'm just curious, like, before we even get into like what people are asking or what people are saying about it, I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are on this topic, I guess, of Tier 17 modifiers and their impact on late endgame.
I mean, the main thing I'd say there, like just as an overall view on it, is that like T17s, there's this tension between, like, it is not a good place to be when there's a tension between what players are enjoying and what the thing we want to try and do is. Like, that's like a problem that needs to be resolved. So effectively, it's like, what T17s are supposed to do in theory is something that we want, which is to say, like, that like you get something that you don't necessarily like want to have to play against, and like like you have to actually, and you have to deal with it or come up with a way to get around that. But in practice, players don't want to do that, so there's something clearly wrong here. So something does need to change, but it's a little bit tricky to come up with something that we want to, like, that both sort of satisfies our desires for like like interesting challenges that are different each time that you play them, that could, like, all that, there's like, new and interesting things you encounter, but yet also something that players actually like. So there's a problem for sure.
So what is your desires for Tier 17 maps? Like, what do you want?
Well, as I said, I don't think it's necessarily the desire for T17s as such. It's more the desire that you have, like, like interesting combinations of mods happen, and they're like, oh, this is a new challenge I have to rise to, and like, how am I going to deal with this, and that kind of stuff. And like, that's something that, like, in practice, players aren't like really liking. So as I said, there's a problem here for sure. It's just a question of how we kind of satisfy that.
100%, they're not in the right spot.
Yeah.
I am of the we need to go back to the drawing board a little bit here because we and to be fair, we are trying to band-aid it, but we can only do that for so long.
Right.
We kind of just need to reinvent something here a little bit.
Yeah.
They were intended to be the penultimate bosses that allow you to do the Ubers.
Right.
Right, yeah.
But they're also now, also this non-sustainable map and where you have to, obviously a lot of people feel they have to trade for it. And then in the other cases, you've got a bunch of modifiers people hate. You've got this thing where because of the mods, you end up devolving down to the in-game strat becomes, as you said, stacking map mod effect and modifiers via risk.
Yeah.
And it's it's not fun. It's not ideal. We tried to narrow the gap with T16.5s. That kind of worked. And then you get some other weird problems where because those can be 8-prop corrupted and tier 17s can't. There's some weird issues there as well. And honestly, it is a kind of mess. And we intend to keep band-aiding it until we can drawing board, but I would expect you'd probably see a pretty...
I think it needs a full redesign.
Yes.
It needs a full redesign to try and see if we can come up with a way to both achieve what we're hoping to achieve, but also make the players not dislike it, right?
So is this maybe separating out what you're trying to do with the tier 17 modifiers and what you're trying to do with this penultimate boss thing that is the lead up to the Ubers?
That is a split at the very least.
Okay.
I don't think that we've worked out exactly how this can work, though.
I don't think that the best, most rewarding content in the game should also be the tickets to the Ubers, and in that even that's broad and sounds weird when you first say it, but
it's so hard because
it's kind of, you know what I mean, where it's
there's a fundamental tension with you want the hardest content in the game to be the most rewarding.
Yeah,
but the moment you do that, there's all sorts of incentives that come into play that mean that people don't like it when there's a map now that you can't run because the mods are not good for you and that kind of stuff. And so then there's also it's a problem.
It's a little bit of a mess of problems.
It's a problem.
Any individual part of this I look at, I'm like, well, this is actually okay in some circumstances.
Right.
It's okay for there to be some modifiers.
We still haven't heard anything about the Spectres.
I think you guys feel the same. Where it's it's okay for there to be some modifiers.
Surprised there wasn't a section on it to reveal.
It feels like a huge economic penalty to that.
So the
you're immediately
you're
immediately kind of.
But you get the thing right now where you stack the risk scarabs, and then it's okay, only Trickster and Juggernaut can play it as a way of it's perceived, and it's again. We are changing a lot of these variables, by the way. We're not just leaving it for 327.
Right.
We are changing Risk Scarab. We are changing some stuff around map mod effect. We are changing.
Good, nice.
There are bits and pieces changing. I'm not going to stop band-aiding just because we have a grand plan for the future.
Map mod effects changing?
We have an absence of a grand plan, a desire to have a grand plan for the future. But we will. I would be very surprised. I know I shouldn't be promising content in the follow expansions because variables always change, but I'll be very surprised if we don't do a more drastic shift in 328 to solve this problem because it's now long enough that it's not worth it. So obviously, hopefully the changes we are making improve things in a pretty meaningful way, is shake up the meta a little bit. But there's still going to be some woes, and but hopefully people can be excited for, the thing to whatever the thing is to come. But it shouldn't be too hard for us to come up with something. Honestly, similar to how we did 031 for PoE 2. If we can come up with something that is just a universal success and is blatantly a win and isn't going to, lower the value of people's economy mid-league and stuff like that, I wouldn't be. Against if we can come up with something, because we're obviously going to design it soon. If we can come up with something or a piece of that something to deploy to, mid-league, mid-Keepers of the Flame, I will push for that. We'll just have to see if that's something we can actually do. Because often these things will mean now all of X will become devalued, and I don't want to ruin people's mid-league economy and wealth and just destroy it because we decided we want to make a change, and so. There's considerations to make.
Yeah, from speaking to Octavian about the tier 17 modifiers as well, I can tell they're kind of weighing on him, he really wants to do stuff with them.
I think we're all on the same page. I honestly don't even know if anyone really is disagreeing with. Maybe in little ways, but I think everyone's kind of.
Okay, I gotta ask. Is there someone who loves the 3 seconds out of every 10 seconds you can't deal damage?
That mod's terrible.
I like it.
Okay, tell me why.
But I play support characters. I don't deal damage.
Okay. All right, you're gonna jump on this grenade. How does that modifier come into being?
No, I mean to be fair, I like things that are just a bit more. I'm a bit more masochistic in that regard.
That's
So,
what I was gonna
say. I'm not attempting to put my masochistic views on the player base. I understand that, generally speaking, people aren't for that kind of thing. But you know, I also liked trying those things, seeing how it is, and you know, there are things where these can exist. Like if this was behind a couple more layers of some sort of more niche corruption mechanic where players, or you know, some crafting system over here where players can kind of choose to do it but don't feel forced to do it. You know, those things can exist, and I want to.
Dude, we still have an hour and a half till patch notes. No shot, dude.
Mod pool, some of these mods are,
man,
yeah, they're not really working.
Yeah, it was
evidently
that one, and the like action speed reduction from using your skills, and I think there was the petrification statues that get mentioned a lot as well.
Yeah, it's the drowning orbs plus that plus it's just like, okay, look, thanks for making me slow. I mean, the thing about slowness is you do feel it, hence why. Whereas like often you can just be like, I'm just gonna ignore that. That's a nothing mod.
Physically painful sometimes.
So you know, but it's a bit overboard right now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I see the problem here. Like I'm so torn on this because I want these sorts of. I get the idea of these modifiers being like things that you can feel like that they have a bit of an impact, and they're not just like.
Well, I don't want everything to just be another multiplier making the monster get closer to one-shotting you. You know what I mean?
Want mechanics to happen.
Yeah, you want something, but there are some that are okay, and there are some that are not, and we just haven't found the perfect spot.
There's an analogy about this, which is like, you know, how do you feel about immunities in D2? It's another sort of similar situation, right? Where it's like it forces you to change something about what you're doing, and a lot of people just really hate that. Yeah, and it's kind of like a similar sort of situation, I think.
Yeah, I'm the same. Like I like the idea, but I don't like the execution of that at all. Yeah.
Right.
Or the
and I think we're actually sort of running into a similar situation with this.
This is it is kind of your. I mean, we've danced with this a few times in the past. We had some immunities on some pinnacle bosses and stuff like that. We talked about it in previous chats a long time ago. But so it sounds like some of those modifiers are changing then, if nothing else, maybe as the band-aids in the
sure. I mean, there's band-aids like that, but there is something like wrong here though to solve. That's all. I don't know if I can say more than that, really.
Yeah.
With the map mod effect and the Atlas tree in particular, I'd rather there was like 15 different ways to scale difficulty and reward, as opposed to just like, here's the stat I stack, and it's just like straight multiplicative. Right. I don't know. I want, because obviously a lot of the stuff on the tree is affecting the leagues and the content. I want more than just map mod effect to be the way that you can multiply. And so it's like, do I want to focus on this or do I want to focus on that? And there's like different builds within the like making things more harder and more rewarding. But yeah, right now it's just like, well, obviously I just stack all of that. Like quantifiably, it's obviously better, you know. And like there's I don't know. It's a little bit lame, honestly. It's kind of just a boring thing right now, and you know, I don't know. This again, drawing board. 100% back to it, revisit it. I'd be surprised if we're not doing something for 328 as much as I told myself I wasn't going to promise following expansion content, but you know.
There's some patch notes coming out later today. Is that, or is it later?
Yeah, I don't know what the time is, but you know, our 11 a.m. NZ or whatever it is kind of thing. Like
there'll probably be like a rollout over time as well, from what I'm hearing. Like
that's just generally the case because patch note writing is a surprisingly difficult task. It takes quite a while to get all that stuff.
I mean, you've got an extra week to make additional changes. Like people are like,
sure, there's always
and
that
like get extra ideas and stuff. And some of this stuff may be in there, but it can be have a look at some of those in there. But it sounds like we're kind of on the same page with you guys, at least regarding a lot of this.
Yeah, I don't think you'll. I mean, obviously, it obviously needs attention. So yeah.
All right, it's cool. So. On Endgame, though, in like a longer term, from a longer term perspective, we have a pretty good Atlas Endgame system right now. Like I think it's pretty well liked, apart from this issue that we just talked about. Like overall, the core of it seems great. Like I can sing many praises about it. But previously, like historically, you've done a lot of complete Endgame overhauls. And to the point that it was definitely a trend. Like it seemed to be like the way that you guys would go about it. Like every so often, there'd be a major Endgame overhaul. Is that still the case? Like, have you achieved something that you kind of want to keep and maybe change instead?
I don't think that we would want to not overhaul the endgame again. Like the reason that it's not like we're like, this is what we're set on. We're now just going to keep this forever. Certainly not. It's more just that it comes down to like it is hard to come up with the ability to do a scope for that, and it's been especially hard since we've had like PoE 2 in in early access. So it's kind of like we just need to get back to a point again where like that level of scope can happen. And I don't think will be necessarily that far away from the point where that should be fine again. It's just that like, it really is just a question of like, can we get the ability and time to do it? Like I don't think, as I said, I don't think it will necessarily be that far away before we do something like that again. And like you do need to change the stuff every once in a while. Like it does become stagnant eventually.
Interesting.
So I think we should do another big overhaul. But obviously the term overhaul can mean a lot of different things, right?
We should be careful with overhaul.
Like it's not like it's going to change into like it'll still be fundamentally the PoE1 Atlas and the. None of the overhauls we did changed it too fundamentally, I would say, in some respects. I mean, there's big changes, but I guess it depends on how you look at it. But it's not like we're going to suddenly be like, oh yeah, we're changing it to be like a PoE 2 like system or something like that. Like but we do need would need new pinnacles and new challenges there and that sort of stuff. Like that's something that we will have to do eventually. It's just getting the time.
That kind of stuff, like escalating the narrative and cycling out bosses and cycling out characters and changing all that stuff is like generally pretty harmless and generally cool. Like you're not really messing with the systems and the core of what people like and the cycle that people like. So like obviously that's always just a nice win when you get to be like, all right, what are the next set of what
True, you can't scale the duration on this, can you? I don't think you can.
And gone forward in time,
I think like
so will the end game story.
Your stats don't really scale these.
We will do that for sure. And it's just like there's always mechanics that come with it. And sometimes if you add those mechanics, they can't coexist with some existing ones because it overcomplicates everything.
That's pretty cool.
I'd hate to have, I don't want to add more systems and now all of a sudden it's extra steps even more over to have to do on your maps before you run them and that kind of stuff. So sometimes things need to be replaced, but like,
man, this is good.
We appreciate the fact that PoE1's endgame is in a pretty overall. I mean, everything always has its problems. I'm not going to deny it. We just discussed them as you said. But it's in a pretty damn good spot, and there's so much good about it, and I don't want to ruin that. So we'll be very careful with that stuff. But honestly, generally, we'd like what you might find is that we use this T17 thing as a motivation to go, what is the redesign? Okay, let's use that as the crux of what we design around and fix the problem both narratively and like game design wise by removing these problems from the game, creating something new in its stead. And
I think what I'm most curious about is like if let's say you went into a meeting today to try and come up with a new end game for PoE1, like an overhaul for it, would it
35-second cooldown? What the hell?
Like it has now?
Yes.
Yeah.
I already,
there's no way you get rid of that.
I already know.
It's too good, right?
I already know what it is, so I already have it in my mind.
Oh, okay. You were saying before last time that
it's deep in my mind.
You've got a story arc planned.
Well, the Secrets of the Atlas was intended to be part one of a multi-part, right? So I've got the other parts, or at least most of it. And yes, the tree is still there. And honestly, I don't think anything is fundamentally in my plan in my head is changing enough to cause any concern. So,
all right, great.
It's all for the better. I'm pretty confident of that as well.
Great.
And now everyone will have to just wait to see what those ideas are for an undetermined amount of time.
I assume we'll get a follow-up to the story, maybe next expansion, perhaps, of following along what's happened. That was pretty interesting last one.
We'll see, yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about balance. There wasn't too much revealed about balance in the reveal trailer stuff itself, but I know it was mentioned that there would be a bit of...
Oh yeah, these have levels.
Had a chat
so yeah, they'll scale as you go into higher map tiers.
Things like, for example, there is the unplayed assassin that gets asked about a lot, and it seems like something's happening for assassin.
Yeah, that actually came kind of recently. We were just like, can we really... I think what I had said, and my intention was to do this for both games, is like...
Buff it more.
We should at least look at... Like, at least with respect to ascendancies, look at the least played class, especially if it's been consistently least played.
Yeah,
true. And make sure that that's on the radar and getting some level of improvement. And even if it means we have a go at it, and if the scope's too high, we do it a bit later, and if the scope's within spec, we do it immediately. In this case, we looked at the assassin. It was like 40% lower, at least on the primary leagues. You know, it was like much lower usage than even the next class, and then, you know, so it wasn't doing very well. And it's
Guys,
been
just fire
the case
two
for a
additional
little while,
projectiles
so
when
we
you
were
use a
like,
war
let's
cry.
just do something. Like, it was better than doing nothing. So obviously we just put together what we could over a couple days and kind of mix and match. We had like 3 or 4 different iterations, and, you know, came up when we were looking at it, you know, it was like the whole you have the interesting thing, you go and look, you look at the class, and it's like, why is the ruthless poison node better than the non-ruthless poison node? Weren't the classes on ruthless meant to be a bit weaker? And then it was kind of like, oh, okay, well, that's a thing we can maybe draw inspiration from, and, you know, we just did our whole like process for
Amazing.
that. But yeah, so we teased that last night, whatever the time zone is, you know, hopefully people enjoy it and play it. But yeah, I kind of want to get into the rhythm of every expansion. At least we look at, not
Well, this is
necessarily
potentially 2 more
change, 'cause it
keybinds
depends
as
on
well
the
if you get
scope
2
of it,
command
but
skills.
we at least give it a go of making sure we look at the worst class, no matter what, even if ascendancy classes aren't part of our, like, you know, the package of things that we're wanting to improve. Because sometimes we do a focus on ascendancy classes, other times skills, other times this, other times that, and but I was like, okay, it's like, this is pretty bad. Let's do something about it this time and see if we can be consistent with that. No promises, but, you know, we'll try.
And there's a little bit of a wild card in the mix here with Bloodline Ascendancies. So just to clarify, these are Ascendancies on top of your original class that you can choose where to put your points.
Same point pool. And the reason a lot of people ask, or immediately are like, well, why don't you give separate points like Affliction? And the real reason is, combinations are great, but also I didn't want to have to water down the power of the points. That's too much power creep, like, to add to a character to be able to give trees at large. And so there was that interesting part of it. The other second part is that we wanted to make sure that there weren't enough points that you could put all 8, at least generally speaking. So you'll find most of the classes only have 1 to 3 notables, kind of up to 6 points worth that you can spend.
Yep.
And this is so always, no matter what ascendancy you are still matters. I didn't want to just make it that literally the entire game, no matter what base class you are, where you start on the tree, is the same. If it happened to be that a certain bloodline was OP, it's, you know, which I'm sure one of them probably is. And all of a sudden now every single person is just this one thing. It wanted to be like, nah, I think we want to do a feature that adds as much in-game build permutations as possible.
Yeah.
Well, and also what's cooler than just being able to take the powers or learn the powers of your favorite boss for the purpose of a fantasy. Let's mix and match these things, and now you get this cool, like, okay, I'm a Templar, I'm all about, you know, holy powers, but I'm also going to embrace my dark side over here, or maybe the ways of the Asmerian. You get like a freaking Ashabi Guardian thing or something. Oh, sorry, I've got support classes on my brain all the time. So, you know, you have your Slayer something, you know. So, you know, the permutations honestly are endless. And obviously metas are found and builds are created and all of that. But what we obviously find is that, well, there's a few awesome perks here that I kind of like, is that we can add motivation to doing certain content that otherwise you wouldn't normally do. That's great. We can add this for future content very easily, right? There's probably other bosses that you're like, oh, we can do this and this and this. Like, it's very easy to expand this and take it away. And the reason we're able to do that is because it is an in-game feature. It's not like overcomplicating the campaign and that player's experience. Like, you wouldn't want a second class in the campaign. People were like, holy, I've already got a tree and I've got this tree.
You mean a third class?
A second, essentially. It's like, okay, I've got too many classes. There's too much stuff going on. So being able to keep it in the end game is an in-game unlockable thing, where we can expand this feature over time. Now, all of that, of course, is under the assumption it succeeds. Again, we'll listen to the feedback, check what players think about it. But assuming it does well, again, pretty high confidence. Yeah, it will remain and we'll keep expanding, keep extrapolating, keep changing. And then it's yet another lever where we get to add so many different builds, because one bloodline being able to then be paired with all, 19 ascendancy classes is just like, all right, we've got a lot of stuff going on here. A lot of different options, a lot of cool things you can do. And yeah, I mean, I am actually real excited to see what happens here. More than most things, I'm always like kind of excited to see what players do with things, but like here I'm just like, I don't know, Well, let's see what happens. Like, it's gonna be real cool, and I suspect you'll get like for quite a while people narrowing down on exactly what the perfect combinations are for different things. And, yeah.
Well, it definitely seems like one of those things where you just design something cool and we'll see what players do with it because there's too many permutations there, right? Like I don't even know what the math on that is, but it's pretty crazy the amount of like new nodes.
Number.
Yes, several
infinite. No, not
several dozen new nodes accessible to all of the existing ascendancies. That's a lot of numbers.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm like thoroughly excited. I'm gonna just do the whole like, what boss do I feel like being this league? I'll just see if I can make that work, and then so I'm actually gonna go backwards. I'm gonna pick my bloodline based on what boss I want to kind of embrace the power of. Then I'll pick my ascendancy. Then I'll pick my, I'll go from there. And then I'll pick my skill, and I'll end up a support character. I'm sure.
Flavor building wise.
Why does he like support characters so much? What is it? What is wrong with Mark, dude? What's wrong with this guy?
Back to being mercenary again, eh? So this isn't tied to Breach League. The Keepers of the Flame. It's a core game feature, Elblin standard as well, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
yep.
Cool. And saw someone asking about Forbidden Flesh and Flame. I assume that wouldn't work with this.
Not with these, but that isn't to say there won't be some future uniques that maybe do.
I mean,
we'll see what happens.
There's an option there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Okay.
More Forbidden Flesh and Flame. I don't know what I want to call them. Yeah.
All right. Well, continuing on the balance topic from asking around the PoE community, some of the more common things that just kind of come up was, well, the most popular thing was just the general idea of buffing underprivileged skills, like giving them some love. So you mentioned this idea of like looking at the worst thing in terms of ascendancies. Is that something you want to do with skills as well?
We're always, there's a little bit of there's a few things to go into here. Like, for example, yes, there's obviously the core skills that are bad. Sometimes those are then enabled by something else going on, some other feature getting added, uniques, whatever. But most of the time, they're just, as you said, underprivileged. We've done a decent chunk of numerical changes here, mostly numerical. Some are, I don't want to say unsalvageable, but like, they don't have the same level of different multiplicative scaling that other skills could get. There's not too many though. And they require more, what I'm getting at there is they require more of a rework in order to actually become, truly viable. That being said, yes, there are plenty that always need numerical improvements. I don't know, and then you got things like the Trathan gems, right? Cool concept. 90% of them weren't really seeing any use. A few were, and now those are going core, I believe, into Heist is what it is. But is meanwhile also full balance pass, so hopefully some more come to the foreground there, and so on. So like, but like honestly, this is like a kind of endless task. It's like almost like you could just never stop. So like we like to just do batches at a time and send it, and we try and do as many as we can. But like each require discussions. They can be quite time consuming. Some are more obvious, where it's like obvious increase, and others are like, do we want to do this or do we want to rework it? And then you get lost in a rework discussion. It's important to like cut the time. And it's like, actually, look, for now, buff it. We'll come back to it later. But yeah, like we get through as many as we can. We've done a bunch. I could always say, ideally we'd do more, but like, I don't think, again, there's no real end point to that. So yes, sure. I wanted this patch to be very class centric in terms of balance. And like we did, I would say we did a decent chunk, but it's, we didn't get to cover every base 100%. So obviously, like, you got the bloodline classes, you've got grafts, which are character-centric, and then we got the whole set of new skills and support gems, and some changes around that. There are a bunch of other changes, but like, it's that thing where I don't know if I'm ever satisfied. I always just you want to do everything. You want to literally do it all, and you never can. So like, hopefully there's enough. Certainly should be enough to shake up the meta, should be enough to make everything feel fresh and some awesome cool new stuff, but like, don't be surprised if a particular person's favorite skill didn't happen to get touched. Like,
that's the interesting
Gauntlet.
thing
I don't know if we're getting a Gauntlet. If we do get a Gauntlet, it's going to be after PvT League, I believe.
Very, like,
it would be very interesting though,
and
with all this ring graph stuff.
Each league as well. By virtue of like the new stuff that you're
I wonder
adding,
if
like
Trickster's dead,
or new skills or whatever.
Or like ES.
All that stuff is creating lots of new builds all the time. But when it comes to the skill buffs, I think it's more just about, like you said, like someone has like a favorite skill that has been languishing. Some sweep lover
It
is out
sucks
there
to
just crying
see.
still.
It sucks to miss something, like, because you see, because what happens when you buff everything, then you get a lot of like, but what about this? And you're like, yeah, I know, I'm sorry, I wanted to, I really wanted to, and you know, and then sometimes we still try and just squeeze it in before the patch, and we just try and get as many done as we can. But yeah, like again, it is ultimately a resource game, and we do as much as we can. We really do, combined with both new stuff to change everything up. Bringing like excessive outliers down, and we do try and improve as much as we can. And this time we took it upon ourselves to add a bunch of new skills and supports, and so I don't know, there's heaps there, but you know, it's that thing where yeah, a few people are going to have missed their thing, and there's a few, you know, you want to do hand casting, you want to do that, you don't want it to just, I know that's come up, and I think even you mentioned earlier as well, it's just like, it devolves down to often, you know, either Archmage or you know, Ephemeral Edge and like that kind of stuff being
Did
just
they
like,
not
well, obviously, right?
adjust
quantifiably
self-casting?
better.
Fix self-casting?
And so, yeah, it's the ideal thing where, you know, we'd make some changes to some of those, and ideally you'd bring up all of something else, but, you know, sometimes you get some of it, not all of it and everything. But yeah, there's heaps here, just, you know, you never quite catch everything, but there will be new metas, there will be new builds, and probably a lot of existing stuff will still be, you know, pretty decent. But yeah, there's a bit of nerfs, bit of buffs, bit of, you know, that's how it goes with all of this balance stuff, really.
Just give us the patch notes.
But, you know,
Let's give us the patch notes, bro.
satisfying to it, but
Put the patch notes in the
never
bag.
really fully get everything, and thus you never fully feel satisfied.
You kind of answered my question a bit, because like one of the popular archetypes that's come up as being a bit problematic is hand casting, self casting spells, and usually I think what gets brought up with that is like slow based cast.
Why are they molding
speed,
about PV1 getting
and
content?
in turn making things like Echo feel bad, and mana costs being
I don't
rough
think
as well.
we've done that enough justice for sure.
Yeah.
But it's certainly on the hit list. Yeah. So we'll either we can get to do some stuff. You know,
We're gonna
in this
Civil War
coming week, if
IRL
it's
and
simple,
in
if we can
PoE.
think of it. It's not off the cards. That
Tourists
being
versus
said,
non-tourists.
there's always next expansion as well. But honestly, you never know, because often these external variables, like the new classes and stuff like that, can really
People are actually molding about
change
that,
these things
really?
up, you know, without you really predicting it as well. So
I mean, a lot of this stuff is like
I can't
reworked
speak to what
PvT
we'll
stuff,
do in 3.28 with
PvC
respect to
monsters
all
and
this,
stuff.
because we have to observe what happens in this patch first, given how many variables we've added, and like we said, we've added a nearly infinite number of permutations of builds with the new bloodline classes and stuff like that. So yeah, we'll see how all that goes, and then but we'll just keep doing it. It never stops, never ends. It literally is an infinite task. You never run out of stuff to do here. So we'll just keep doing it every single patch as best as we can.
One that comes up a lot is
WAC
the
mains.
kinda dominance of ES
Yeah, that makes
stacking
sense.
and
A lot of
kinda
people just
stacking
want to
builds in
play
general, but ES probably
PvT
thinking
because
about
or
it should be
PV1
more
because no
liberal,
WC.
Ephemeral Edge, things like that, but also just ES.
I don't mind. I'm a
Life
mouse,
as well.
keyboard,
Yeah,
and
it
aim,
does
so
happen.
doesn't matter to me.
You know, there are band-aid fixes and stuff like that we always like to do, whether or not you can consider them band-aids or just like, you know, you just change some numbers here and there. Sometimes in the case of like Ephemeral Edge, it can be a matter of like, yeah, that's an acceptable thing to do. It just shouldn't be as so easy to do. So yeah, I wouldn't say there's no broad solution here, but yeah, I agree that it is a problem.
But yeah,
where it's
PvE2
like
does get
the
more long-term support as well.
Just do
PvE1's
a thing
like
feels like it's now wrong. It feels
launch,
like you gotta,
one patch, done.
Pre-commit to being like, what is this singular thing? I'm going to
mini
stack
patch.
and then pick the thing that scales off of that. So be it like attributes historically, you know, not just thinking current meta. It's always it's always like, yeah, you just like heavily stack this one thing, and oh, here's a unique that scales off that thing. And it's like, well, that's on one part is interesting. It's like fun. That is the build.
I'm in two minds on it. Like
but
that.
then when every build is just like, okay, well, that's stacking this, that's stacking that, that's stacking, and you start going through the builds, and you're like, okay, well,
we definitely like very slowly got here over time. I feel like in the stacking, where it just became kind of like, yeah, just a little bit at a time. It became PoE1 became all about stacking.
It really primarily comes down to mostly to the unique items that got added, right?
Yeah, it's often
generally a unique item's special thing is like, what am I going to scale off? You know, be it, you know, off evasion or off armor or off energy shield or off life or off ES or mana. Or,
I'm not a fan of the stacking builds.
Or off strength, it does end up.
I think it's because I'm an SF player.
And then some unique gets added, like maybe it's 1 per year, and it's like, oh, here's
like software players love
6%
that.
Increased intelligence. There we go.
Seems
that
like
build's now just got a little bit more of an edge, and you do kind of just power creep into that point for sure. So
it's like I don't even know like how much of a problem it is, but it's like definitely identifiable that it's like a big aspect of the build meta for PoE1.
It is. I think it's,
other things
yeah,
out,
it's
maybe.
looking real good so
dominant,
far. Just need those patch notes.
On the other hand,
It's fun though.
Waiting
like,
patiently,
it's fun,
twiddling
it's
my
cool,
thumbs.
It's interesting.
So you don't really want to.
You could argue it's what makes things kind of as part of PoE.
5,000%.
Actual action RPG.
Yeah, so you got to be careful with it. You don't just
Yeah.
want to take away all the fun and just make everything flat and boring. On the other hand, but you also don't want it to feel like a player's made a mistake by playing a more traditional, build, and it often can feel that way. So there's a fine line here. Hard to be at that fine line, but yeah, some things are a bit too OTT at this point, and other things are too far on the bottom end. And the other problem is if they start buffing all the skills,
Snaking's dead,
a lot
guys.
of those skills
Dead.
might see
It's
use,
over.
but they'll still see use
Way to
in
get
that
run.
stacking ecosystem, and then it's like, well, have you really made a
On
new
Weak Side
build
or
at that
Shadow.
point? Like,
I think that's sometimes the problem is like, my builds feel the same because ultimately, like, I'm using different skills, but they're all I'm just stacking on all of them or something like that.
I don't have a here's the solution.
Yeah,
because it really isn't how it actually. It's not really how it plays.
Kind of gauging your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy discussing it. It's just a matter of it's honestly 500 different solutions, and we need to just chip away at them and mold it, and it will eventually shift into something else, and then that will be meta, and then that will be complained about probably after a while, and then something else will be, and it's the cycles. It is balance. It is as I said, it's an infinite amount of work, and we just need to keep doing it. Like, you don't give up on it because it can never be solved. You just keep going, and as long as people are having fun, and you don't compromise the philosophy of the game ultimately, then you're winning, right?
Balance is a journey. Yeah, it's not about the destination. It's about the journey.
It is. It actually is.
Yeah, for real.
I mean, sure. It's just the stops along the way. Every expansion.
That's it. Yes.
Every reroll.
Well, a nice stop on this expansion I noticed is Wand. So you did actually mention it last 326 Q&A. You said Wand specifically. I went back and watched, and I was like, oh, interesting. I should ask about that. And then you showed off a bunch of Wand skills, and it seems like there's some nice Wand buffs going on in there.
Dude, the element of overload, the Keystone uniques, those could be really good in Trade
There's
League.
a couple things. There's a bit of a hidden gem is that there's attack mod only wand based types in the series now. So they're literally, and they're kind of themed more around kinetic.
It has to be Trade League though. You can't do this kind of stuff.
Because that's always been a bit of an annoyance. Like, there is a place for the hybrids, but that's been a bit of an annoyance. So now we get the pure attack ones to help it a bit easier to roll for those builds. You got way more of a skill set to pick from now. And then, I mean, generally speaking, the skills, they can be pretty hectic. They can scale pretty well.
Kinetic ramming is very hectic.
But yeah,
multiple
it's kind of a
Fireborn
cool
modifiers.
theme, just like that general kind of
Wait, could you get
physical kinetic
2
energy kind of
Keystones?
thing going on? We had a little bit of it with Kinetic Bolt, Kinetic Blast, so we just extrapolated on that theme, and you got your Wanders, and it's the thing, and then we also added a little bit of kind of wind magic, some tornado stuff.
It's like a force wall that you can.
Yeah, the kind of
blast with
force
kinetic
wall.
blast.
You've got a little bit of inspired by Huntress from PoE 2 a little bit with some of the, I walked upstairs the other day and saw some QA playing, and I'm like, oh, someone's embracing the tornadoes, and he's like, that's not even half the tornadoes you can make. I was like, all right, sweet, all right. I was like, yeah, that's PoE 1, and I walked out of the room. I was like, all right.
I blasted I went through 4 yesterday on a Wander, and I was just like, man, this is so good. I was having the time of my life. Oh my lord, the new skills and the wands. And it's not just the.
Dude, where's the patch notes,
well with the other
man?
ones that have the flat added elemental damage.
Yeah.
And it all kind of came together a bit. It's like,
it's cool.
I definitely in the past I just kind of wrote ones off. I was like, yeah, they're never gonna get to ones. It's forgotten about.
It's always been pretty kind of just, it's niche. It's actually an interesting thing. I mean, obviously it was designed before I started on PoE, and I always thought, I was like, yeah, that's kind of cool. That wands that aren't.
I really like
about
this
just
the skill.
spellcasting.
I like this one and the fire
doing attack damage. I thought it was
Fire,
interesting.
toxic
Mirror
rain.
style. That's what I like about it.
I'd probably play one of these if I played
this
some.
This might be
one
the
of these
largest
skills.
update to wand attackers that
ever,
we've
like,
ever had in now like 15 years or something. So
It's just finally, look, I know
don't
there's some people in the
This is
chat
normal
who've been a long
Maven.
time waiting for this one.
yeah, you're right.
Dude, why is there
It's-
screen
Moment
shake?
has finally come. It's,
Come on,
it's good
dude.
stuff.
Yeah, there's a few other little gems in there as well, like some fire archer kind of things, and
Yeah,
there's
this- I
some
like
that we
this.
want to still extrapolate on, but like
This and
was
the
main
kinetic
focus.
bolt.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely a lot of love for ones, and
They're the
pairing
ground
nicely
AoE.
with the added skills from the hands on your back as well.
Yeah,
Pretty
yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Lots of fun synergies there.
Wall, yeah, we need to see
So,
the numbers on the wall though. I think the
We kinda
wall is
touched
gonna
on it a
have
little bit earlier, but shifting
like
gears a little
it
bit.
can only be hit 3 or
I'm
4 times or
curious
some
about
bullshit.
The long-term development of PoE 1,
We'll see.
like, how much is PoE Classic, PoE 1 kind of like
What?
sacrosanct to you? Like, how much do you like not want to change it, or because you've been taking things from PoE 2 and feeding them back into PoE 1, and I'm curious, like,
how
is
good this
there
tornado thing could be.
points that you get to where you're like, well, actually, let's not push it too much closer to PoE 2 in that direction, but keep it its own thing, or maybe like actually let's kind of preserve it as
I
it
like
is.
this
Well,
too, but
I wouldn't want PoE 1 to
I don't know how good it
ossify
is.
into something where we feel like we can't change stuff. Like that would be bad.
Cool.
But
Sounds cool though.
I mean,
But
it
it's kind of
didn't
like-
look very good though,
like,
did
okay,
it?
the stuff people that we'll probably take back from PoE 2 is more around the sort of QOL areas of
It
stuff. right?
actually
So
looks really bad.
obviously, people would have been rioting if we hadn't brought async trade from PoE 2 into PoE 1.
Why does
That's
this look
obviously,
so
something
bad?
required. And so it's been sort of nice that we get to do a little bit of like proving grounds in some cases in PoE 2 for some of those changes to see whether or not it'll be okay. The thing we wouldn't ever do to PoE 1 is make changes that would break what people like about it fundamentally. So there's things like the trickiest parts, things like the way that item drops are and stuff like that. Like I don't know that like even
this
though
looks
there are
really
things
cool
I don't
though.
like about that. I don't think we could necessarily change them either. In terms of so like there's
Living
stuff
lightning
like that,
support.
that you just have to kind of like let it be because they could easily break. Stuff
Wait,
that
isn't this a
people really like.
PoE2 thing? Living Lightning?
It kind of raises the question, like, what is it about PoE 1 that is like that does need to be kept? That is kind of what makes
Like
it
a
feel
support or
like
something.
itself that people do love about
I think
it.
that it's hard to even define that, quite frankly,
It is, isn't it?
because like it's a mix of things. I mean, look, the thing that PoE 1, I guess, has
Versus after 3
become known
attacks.
for, as opposed to PoE 2, is just like the combat pace stuff, like where it's just like ultra fast in a lot of ways. But it's not like there was like a goal to make PoE 1 like that either. It just kind of is, and so you wouldn't like it's I wouldn't even want to nerf that about PoE 1, right? Like it just is how that is, right? So that's like really the fundamental difference. But the thing is, I think actually that the community sees more differences between the two games than what we do. Like from our perspective, like it's like there are I don't even know how to really get into this exactly, but it's like, we're just trying to make a good game. And it's not like we changed design philosophy or anything like this, right? Like it's the same design philosophy from the same designers.
Yeah.
Like there's
Wait,
going
what?
on in both. It's more just a question of like PoE
Design
1 got a bit out
philosophy
of
is way
control in
different.
certain few aspects, and that's kind of become part of its DNA, and so we can't really
Yeah.
change that. And so so when it comes down to stuff like that we'd take from PoE 2 to PoE 1, well, it's just like all the things that PoE 1 players would like, and none of the things that PoE 1 players wouldn't really. I mean, look, that's ultimately we want to be doing. But yeah, I wouldn't want it to be. I wouldn't want to be in a situation, as I said before, where it's like, okay, we're like PoE 1 is in some kind of perfect state that needs to be preserved forever. Like I don't think it's like that. We do need to be able to make changes. So yeah, it's just a question of
I think
Yeah.
a pivot with PoE 2 out, and this isn't obviously black or white, but PoE 1 is, we always had and this is still true, we still want to bring in new players, but I would say PoE 1 now, it's more important to us to keep the PoE 1 player base, the fans of the game, the long-term players, the people who love PoE 1 happy, as opposed to going, we need more new players, we bring people in. Whereas obviously PoE 2 is still now a growing game, there's a new audience available, that kind of thing. So obviously we still want people who love PoE 1 to love PoE 2, that's the ideal world. But that being said, when we're looking at PoE 1, we're not going to try and do anything that's going to compromise what the fans love about it in order to bring in a new set of players at this point. I would say that's going to be pretty rare. So it's about making sure that the people who do love the game continue to love the game, and that's why you're probably going to see less in the way of like some grand structural change to all kinds of stuff, because if that change would bring in a bunch of new players, like I think making sure you have a good popular
they do to
game
snaking?
that people love,
Pretty sure they
will
nerf snaking.
inherently bring people in because people will see that positivity and be like, I'm going to give this game a try. Yeah, less focus on bringing in new, more focus on keeping the existing fan base happy.
Golem.
And whereas obviously with PoE 2, it's a bit of a different story where we really did think like,
Tincture.
we want to. There's a new room for a new audience here. There's room for a different audience. Like we want to make sure we get as many of those players as possible. What would it take to do so? But ultimately, at the end of the day, what that then ended up boiling down to
There's
is
no auto exertion here.
modernizing graphics, changing the feel of combat. Honestly, the biggest change is just balance.
I don't necessarily even think about it, I think, in the same ways. Like, I'm not thinking I'm making changes to bring in new players. I'm thinking, like, what are the things that I want to improve that I think that we can't change about PoE 1 because they are somewhat like would be impossible to change just due to the game field changing so much.
Maybe?
Yeah.
And so, like, really for me, it's like, I'm on a 20-year quest to make the perfect ARPG, right? That's my sort of like design thing. And it's like nothing actually changed between PoE 1 and 2 philosophically, other than just learning about some things and deciding, I want to improve things in certain ways.
I do think
When's the
there's
next
a
patch?
little bit of an assumption.
I think it's Friday.
A lot of philosophical discussions occur with respect to, like, outside of talking about dexterity and stuff like that. Honestly,
Yes, that continues.
most of it is just like we're just kind of get real passionate and just start coming up with real cool ideas of shit that sounds cool that we want to deliver. Like, we're not really having discussions about like, hey, okay, today, Jonathan, let's have a discussion about how many new players we can bring in. Like, we don't do that. So, about like, I'm trying to boil
I don't know how you even use this.
I'm
We're
trying to turn
annually?
it into a philosophy, but the reality is the process is just like, how can we make cool shit? That's it. Cool shit that's fun, that doesn't like compromise things.
Oh, you lose an anoint as well.
Things people will love, things people will enjoy. That is the ultimate goal at the end of the day. As I said, making whatever the visions are of this infinite quest of making the perfect ARPG. So like,
It's pretty disgusting.
It's always interesting trying to be like, how can what are the rules? What are we going to change? What at the end of the day, it's just like, well,
Probably
I don't know,
drop
we'll
the
just
belt.
continue to make cool shit. That's just generally what we're going to do, and so
why?
I don't know. It's actually a little bit hard to try and decipher that down into like a set of
kinda bad, I
rules
don't
or
know.
something. It's like I don't know. If it's cool, if it's fun, if people
Is
love
this
it,
not
then
even
it's
an
a
option?
win. And
It's good that both games have a bit of room to breathe on their own then, because you can preserve the things that do make PoE 1 its DNA, but are objectively like limits to what sort of improvements you can make to the game. But I do have an important question for you both. What bonus should dexterity give you?
Oh, jeez. You got a few hours?
See, I know this has been... Every time I come over here, I feel like this comes up. It's been going for a while, hasn't it?
Oh, for sure.
Dexterity. What do you get for dexterity? You still haven't solved
at
that
this
one, huh?
point, I just feel like nothing. Just nothing. It's
Nothing.
just
vibes.
we just call it. We rename it to green attribute. It just does nothing.
It's a little organic attribute. Like, very nice.
The ascendancies at the bottom.
All right, so still not
Bloodline
solved
ascendancies
there.
at the top.
So you did mention that asynchronous has come over to PoE 1. It's like, initially I was like, there's almost not a question about that because it went into PoE 2. It worked. Was there any problems in bringing it over to PoE 1?
Not really, to be honest. Like, I think it basically. I mean, the fact that PoE 1 got the gold already kind of meant that it can kind of work. But
the gold is a thing though. Like,
it is because of the fact that the gold is more scarce in PoE 1 and more valuable for other things.
Used.
Yeah. More used for other things. Yes.
Yeah. So we had to do a little bit of balance around that.
That's been
obviously,
tackled
but
then.
also like we do have to go through and assign gold prices to everything in the game, and obviously because PoE 1 has a lot more different items and stuff going on, we did have to go through and do all of that. So yeah, it wasn't just like immediate. We had to consider, well, hold on, the gold balance already was kind of like tight, like so. And it's in that spot of like, some people are like, I want more, and you do want people wanting more, and so now all of a sudden there's this extra thing. That's a cost, so we have to obviously account for that. What else was there, though? I mean, ultimately, it's mostly just, I guess the console.
Yeah, so, there's like the thing. So console previously had a kind of like trade board thing, which is made pretty much entirely redundant by this. So that old trade board is getting ported over into this system now. So that's
we're actually deploying that. Just a fun fact. We're going to make a post about it, but we're deploying that a bit. The removal of that a bit early because we need. There's like a thing where we have to get rid of it before the new system is put in place, due to just like database migration kind of territory things. So we're doing that like a couple days early to remove the console trade board, and then a couple days later, 327 releases. So. There'll be a little bit. We'll do a whole post about that, just about what happens to those items. You don't lose your items; they all get put in remove-only tabs and all of that stuff. But yeah.
Well, I'll tell you for the PoE 1 only players who maybe haven't tried it in PoE 2 yet, it's been pretty phenomenal.
Right.
The Asynchronous Trade is definitely like a massive quality of life improvement and very, very pleasing to use. It's a new era.
We have a bunch of UX improvements we still need to make to it. You know, it's got its kinks. So like, I wouldn't want people to think just because it's porting that we're seeing it as perfect. You know, I know people have brought up having save searches.
Yep.
Being able to more rapidly, like, you know, you could control right click your item to automatically search for that item. And
we're getting that feature, right? I think they even
That's incredible.
Yeah, I'm talking about things that are in progress.
Like, that's actually wild that you're like potentially getting that. That's
It's very. I know everyone wants.
Is that going to be in time for PoE 1's release?
I'm not sure. I actually haven't followed up on the exact specifics of that where that's at, but if not, it'll just be mid-league or something. You know what I mean? Like we'll try as soon as it's done on both games, it'll get to
Mind build with Sire Shards. That's not a rolling magma, is it?
Sold items log to see what they were. Like I like that information to be like, oh, what was that? That's
build?
sold for 2D of.
Tried that, didn't we?
But it doesn't.
The damage here is insane.
It might have been
What?
that it would require storing the item, which
It
might have been.
we
Ice Spear.
discussed originally allowing that. I think. I remember
Ice Spear does a lot of
discussing
damage.
that before doing it, and we were like, that would be cool. That would be the thing we want to do.
Probably doesn't store it at the moment because it's like
there's a tech thing for that.
it's not like, I mean, we could probably do it, but
Okay.
yeah, it probably should.
Potentially on the cards then.
Yeah.
It would certainly
Dude,
be
this
nice,
should
like,
just like
I
straight
like
up
the
kill you.
feedback as well,
Right.
But I certainly love, logging in the morning to all the currency and seeing what's sold for what.
But
Wait, he's playing Cold
Dot.
Dot.
Improve the kind of price check experience would be
Yeah.
the thing that kind of like the next frontier
Cross,
of like in terms of the
Wintertide.
in-game UI trade
like,
search
what
and
would
sort of
be the
stuff.
next slippery slope to slide down to?
Unlinked
Right.
Cold Snap?
As long as we don't all of a sudden have like stock market-esque UIs.
No,
and
I don't think
games
we're not
stuff,
going to get that. Like, basically, we have to find a way to do that stuff that doesn't get overcomplicated.
Yeah.
So like, you know, but then that's the tricky part. Like, you know, trying to improve that.
Yeah, I know we've talked about that in the past, like how far you would potentially want to push that, and like
Right.
I think there is
Bro,
like
this damage
an
is
interesting like
pitiful.
opportunity you guys have to be able to help make that like much more sane for players compared to what it is now to price check an item, which is a very complex affair typically. So, but it's interesting that that's on the cards. That's something you're exploring.
Does
Pushing
this
further, not just kind of leaving.
is this
but
getting
I don't think
blocked
that's
when
gonna
it
come
like
all in one
consumes the
grand
orb?
moment. Like I think it'll be,
yeah.
you know,
Something's
so
getting
yeah, like
blocked.
so this time it might be just, you know, being able to. I can't remember what the modifier keys you have to hold is, but there's some modifier keys you can do to like effectively search for the item that you've got under your cursor.
Yeah, it is a
that open up the
Yapathon.
board and see it.
Yeah, we still have like 50 minutes till patch notes.
I got these decent pair of boots.
Got a hot
I'll
minute.
just search for that, and then you maybe
I
lower
wanna
the
clip
move speed
multi,
by 5
holy.
or lower the life by 10,
Right.
and you.
And
get a lot from
that's
Ice Spear, huh?
The thing that you want to get into is because there's all the questions around. Okay, but what if these mods are irrelevant and you don't want to search for them, and like being able to do that
that's
right
the
and
skill.
exactly. There's like all of those things that need that need a little bit of UX around them that we will.
Yeah, and
slowly
that's
improve
what I'm
too.
excited about.
Did
'Cause
it-
with
I
the
can't even
right
tell,
UX,
did that
you
go
can really
off?
communicate that skill
Right,
in a
right.
nice visual,
Oh, it
physical
did.
way to
Right,
players,
right.
which is kind of exciting. Anyway, slightly getting off topic there, but
Yeah,
trade
yeah.
is like it was obviously a big thing, and like for a very long time, you guys were rightfully afraid of like what would be the economic implications of this? How would it affect gearing and progression? And like, I guess like firstly, what has been kind of the use rate of asynchronous trade? Like, how have people been using it?
So we were checking on this recently. I think that you got them to look up the numbers on that, and it ended up being around 50-50.
Just under half were using the new system in PoE2 so far. I expect that to go up over time.
Yep. Is this like compared to the existing stuff? Or?
Well, that's just compared to people using normal trades.
Yep.
You know, from one
Dude,
person
this
to the
looks
other.
so
But there
dangerous.
was a little bit of filtering, like, okay, if it's like with your friend, do we count that or not, and like that kind of thing. Like there was a few things like
Jesus.
that we would need to sort of look at to see, like, you know, questions around that. But yeah, I mean, look, it's people who are using it seem to like it. I mean, the buyer experience is obviously way better.
We generally found like I don't know if it's still the case now, but like for a while, like the new trade system, the items were a little bit more expensive. So then there were people who were like,
settling in.
I'll deal with the old one because I want a thing a bit cheaper.
But then the reason why they're more expensive is because of the fact it's easier to buy them, so therefore people are willing to pay more.
And
So
then
you got this sort of
most
stock
people are
market
like,
effect.
I'm just going to pay the extra cost because I can't be bothered with doing
Exactly.
it. So, I agree. I'm one of them.
Right.
Cost of money, yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, and it's important to note as well, and I just want to always verify this, if you are a PoE 2 player and you do have your merchants tabs, you have them in PoE 1 already. You don't need to buy new ones.
Good.
They are shared, just to reiterate.
So, what do you think has been the effect on economy and gearing, and like, is it as I guess as bad as you feel?
I honestly want to look a lot more into this, and I sort of suspect that the damage, as it were, that it causes is like quite subtle and harder to appreciate.
Yeah.
I don't think there's no damage. I think it does matter, and like the things we were concerned about are real. It's just that like it's really hard to kind of quantify that. And I sort of suspect that at the end of the day, the benefits just outweigh that by much higher degree, to the point where like it honestly, like just should have just done it.
Was the cost that needed to be paid.
But the thing that you were just saying, right, is that like those kind of like mid items are like now worthless kind of thing, and that is exactly the fear that we had, right? Like that's the concern.
Yes, Jonathan was asking me before this, like what has been my feeling of like how it's affected my experience, and like I was saying, I'm the player who lives in that 5 to 10 C sale range, like selling those items for 5 to 10 chaos.
And that is exactly the fear that like introducing fast trade does kill the values there, and that like I mean that's a problem.
Yeah.
But the only thing that's going to change that is if we increase gold prices. Now, there's going to be an interesting dynamic with the gold in PoE 1, and like we'll sort of be there. But it's like
we'll have to keep an eye on that one for sure.
Yeah. But it's sort of also hard to know exactly what's going to happen with PoE 1 as well, just because there's so many more items. Like there's so much more going on. So like maybe the breadth of the economy will kind of change the dynamics a little bit there. But it's hard to say. It's really hard to say.
Well, like it's. I mean, it's an interesting mixture of phenomena. Like you get the ability to obtain like your starter endgame gear for 5 exalts total. Like you can buy a set of gear basically for 1 exalt each.
Right.
So like that's obviously there's a big impact there.
For sure. I mean that's that once again that is the fear, right?
It's just the like the standard now. The bar for like the quality of our gear is raised to a certain point. And then I guess that has follow-up questions like as to how powerful crafting is, how powerful like item drops are when you first get to early end game, like how difficult the content is. Obviously, there's like there's a whole like follow up here.
I mean, we're going to have to effectively look at all of that and adjust. And the thing is that effectively by making trade easier, it's meant that the difference between SSF and not is effectively increased. And that kind of thing as well. Like, I mean, there's some stuff there. But I mean, going back to PoE 1, I suppose, like, even though we've got this experience now with PoE 2, we're just going to really just have to see what happens in the PoE 1 economy. And there, there might have to be some adjustments. But it's going to come down to the individual.
I mean, either way, though, like the amount of people I saw just being like, please just deploy a league. I don't care if there's nothing in it.
It's
as long
just
as
like,
the trade system
this is the thing, right? Like it just kind of has to happen. Like it doesn't even matter. Like there can be problems and we'll adjust for them, but we still have to do it anyway.
But of course, like,
so
it's
that's
such an improvement.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
I'm excited.
It's
good.
It's so good.
It's very very good.
But yeah, it's certainly going to be interesting to explore this. Like maybe like even next Q&A, like how it looks like.
Huge news. There's some pretty cool stuff. We got some new ascendancies, little mini ascendancies.
10 years ago, 15 years ago, we're talking about releasing Breach 9 years ago. Now we're
we got some.
Thought we'd have gold and asynchronous trade and a currency.
Some things you put on your back that like you auto cast spells.
Are we the same people?
A lot of cool stuff. We need patch notes though. But it's looking good.
I'm not
so far.
It's a good thing. It's
looking real good.
It's healthy evolution. It's good.
Yeah. Okay. So moving on to some kind of mixed questions. Mercenaries was mentioned to be likely returning after rebalance redesign in some cases. I'm just curious, like, does that mean that like some sort of horrible mercenaries are planned to come back, or is it more just about like having the jewels there with the gambling or something like that?
The intentions they come back. There's just a little bit of figuring. I mean, like with all these things, we have to figure out exactly. But it's very hard to develop. We like to see how players think about it, find the bad things, find the good things, and all that. And
there's a little TLDR here at the
start. It's very hard to develop.
There's a lot of cool looking new skills.
Because then you'd be working on
wands are going to be OP. It looks like
you end up
looking really good.
it's way easier to
Noobers,
let it in,
log
to be able
in.
to process everything all in one collective and then make the changes and bring it back together. But like, what is it like? It's a great new player tool. It's great like or less skilled players experience.
Login. Yo, thank you for the
What does
17
it
months
look
of
like when
names.
it's
I
not the
appreciate it, man. Thank you,
active
dude. Thanks
league?
for
I don't
the
want a
17
mercenary
months
in
of
every
blasting.
area, and you know, there's all these kinds of like things you got to mess around with
Let's
and change
go,
about
baby.
how they appear. Is it on the Atlas tree? Are there scarabs for it? Like, what does that even mean? I don't know. And then you know, all the way through to you know, were we happy with how they were itemized? Like, you know, I thought it was too free to just put all the uniques on them without really caring about the downside. Like, they would, you know, there's like they weren't balanced quite right. There were some that were terrible, some that were not so terrible.
Dude, honestly, all they had to do was disable
There's just heaps of
Doriani's.
stuff to change. It's really hard to do that when you're in the middle of the league and where you're gathering all that information.
Wait,
so,
they're talking about mercenaries, right?
Generally, and this is what you find with a lot of leagues, you get the league, you get a break, and then it comes back 1 or 2 leagues later because
Doriani's, no Doriani's would have been fine, I think.
to work out all those kinks and put it in game, you know.
Fundamentally, though, like, so I quite liked mercenaries, but I also see it as like the sort of thing that I don't know if I want it to always like you always have to hire a mercenary.
I agree.
It would be mandatory, right?
And that
It's
would be
just
and then this is the thing with additive power like that as well. Is like the moment you've got that, well, what's the reason why you don't do it?
Yeah.
And that's answering that question. I think is like
so that's
part
something
of
you're
the
trying to figure out. Then is
you'd have to have a
So
reason.
if you had a permanent mercenary and then permanent grafts and
Exactly,
like,
right.
will we now have to start watering down the power systems?
Exactly,
and-
right. There's questions there. But I think there should be a way to bring them back, and you just need to find the right way to do it that doesn't involve everyone has a mercenary all the time now, which is fine in a league, but I don't think fine for just the game overall.
True. Base take Jonathan. Based and Merc
when it comes
build.
back, it'll be some sort of
John
more,
knows what's
like,
up.
limited or
Maybe
opportunity
honestly,
cost
it's hard to say.
capacity.
It's hard to say.
Yeah, I'm excited for the
Yeah,
graphs.
like, I imagine there's like a lot of different ways you could go with that. Whether
So
it's
there's
like, are they tied to a
there's
skill
graphs
tree, are
that
they tied to
are
a
like
certain
autocasts,
right.
like automatically
But,
used,
I mean, it's a cool design.
and then there's like
cool to have them back
a
in some
trigger
capacity.
graph, I think,
sure.
or something.
I'm sure they will come back eventually. It's
And then
just-
there's an on use like
We
command
already
skill
said that
graph.
first, so they are.
I think I want one passive, one on
when you,
use.
when you said mercenaries and then the
the
graphs,
dream
and I was
setup
like,
right
what's
there.
that game with the giant rolling ball that just sucks up all
Or
the
two
entire
passive.
sea? Like I was like imagining Exiles just kind of becoming that over time.
Yeah, don't want to just turn the game into just like everyone's an auto bomber. You know, with all their just like league mechanics just killing everything for them, you know.
Katamari, thanks, Charlie. That's the one. Yes, giant Katamari ball exiles. So we did touch on gold. That was good. Heist is mentioned as getting the Trathan gems added to it to give it a little bit more. It got some nice quality of life improvements. But something that I saw that was an interesting question was. So at one point, Heist had these like extra modifiers you could get on contracts to like make them more
some of them.
interesting. And they don't really have anything like that. And I would go so far as to say right now Heist doesn't really have any decision making. How do you guys feel about the state of Heist overall?
It's not good enough.
Yeah, Heist is
and
whack.
this is the part of the problem is we were having. It's like, we want to do this kind of like mid to grand rework for it, like make it better and
Yeah, a
change
lot of new
this and
info.
change that. And then that was honestly what was holding up that QOL change, where it's just like,
Right,
because
yeah.
we also were like, we'll design it out such that.
Oh, yeah, it's
the
true.
rogues
You can
don't the
have
levels and we
graphs
it was
for
waiting on
mapping
that,
and
I was like, okay,
bossing.
at this point, it's
Ooh, yeah, I
been
didn't think about
too
that.
long. We
That's a
don't
good
know
point.
when we're going to be able to do this. We can't say with certainty because again, the same resourcing limits, the same argument as Charlie. The answer is the same as everything. We have to pick our battles. There's more battles than can be fought, and so and the same thing is say, okay, well, look, if we're not doing this anytime soon, then yeah.
Yeah, the one that has like
this QOL
damage is
change
lucky.
and,
That
we'll
that
make little
graph
incremental
that seems
improvements to them all the
crazy
time,
good.
But yeah, it's one of those ones that needs some love for sure, and it'll come eventually. We cycle through everything eventually. So yeah, I mean, I just can't win. I don't know. You know, you never know. You never know with these things because we assess the battles every time and we try and pick the best fought ones. And I know there'll be some people who are like, Heist should be your number one priority battle.
Yeah, this one seems
but
crazy
like,
good.
I don't think that's the majority vote right now. So you know, we try and make sure we. You know.
Heist is a tricky one because like I think it always suffered a bit of an identity and mechanics issue as to like what is it supposed to be? Is it a stealth thing? Is it a just run through as fast as you can? What's the decision making
for sure. Wow.
But it's also like simultaneously it is quite well loved by the people who like it and it had like a lot of flavor and cool characters and stuff in it like that. So
Well,
it seems
15-second
worth
cooldown,
It's
10-second
definitely rich
duration.
Of character involvement, NPCs. And
It's only
lore
3
and stuff
meters,
like that,
though.
So it's nice and
Actually kinda
it's
small.
My daughter after one of the characters, so you better save the mechanic, please. Just saying.
Who was that? Was it
That's
Vin-
kind of
was
small.
it
You can't. I don't think you can
I was
scale it
gonna
either.
yeah, no, I was going to suggest one of the crazy character.
That would be.
I mean, it'd be fun.
Well,
Like an
I don't
essence
know
or a
why you
rare or
named
map
it that.
boss.
That's your choice.
I'm a fan, okay?
Probably get like
it
half
comes up
uptime on
every now and
Ubers.
then, of course.
50%
campaign
uptime
leveling.
ish.
At
Nah,
one
probably like
point, I think
40%.
like Path of Exile 2 was kind of like the thing that people were looking for to help save kind of the campaign
Yeah.
experience for PoE1. But obviously it's a separate game now. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you've done some nice improvements like adding new things and doing a few little streamlinings of earlier acts. Is this something that you're still looking to continue, especially with the context of you're saying that you're like not really beholden to try and seek out new players now, so it might not be as important as it once was, but
I would argue it's more important
interesting.
because those campaign changes are what helps it keep fresh for people who are replaying the game.
Oh, dude. Oh, I
It's
need the
actually-
patch notes,
it's way
dude.
more important for the
Put the patch
existing
notes
players. So,
in
yeah,
the
it is
bag.
something I do want to keep doing for sure.
Mark.
I liked the adding things, like different things happening.
I
Different
think auto
zones,
exertion's
and, you know,
gone.
You can kind of restructure some of the areas.
Either gone or, like,
and
massively
add a little
nerfed.
thing here and there. I like doing all that for sure.
'Cause of this
So yeah, I would
and
expect to continue seeing things. I don't think we have any.
The snaking footage we saw, there was no auto
Rage
exertion,
27
I
for
don't think.
that, but it will.
Yeah, I think it's
At some
gone.
point, we'll certainly be doing another set of things, and we'll try and
Maybe.
keep that up pretty consistently.
Speculation.
If not on a patch by patch basis, at least
Apparently snaking's dead.
every
Or
year
not
you get a
dead, but like
certain
massively nerfed.
set of them and stuff like that, just to help it feel a bit fresh.
Which means Earthshatter might be on the menu.
I also like the things you just get to.
I don't
integrate,
wanna play
like,
Slams, though.
Some other.
But it
random
sounds like
league
Slams
into the
Slams
campaign
might still be
somewhere in
good,
A few
maybe.
areas, it's like they've been. These
Yeah,
areas
auto
being
exertion's
overrun
sick,
by
agreed.
X or something. It helps it feel a little bit cool, and that
gonna
the
hurt,
world is
but
changing, and it's not just
can you
this
do?
static thing all of the time. So
Yeah, I like the deeper integration of league mechanics into the campaign that you've been doing in PoE2 and to a lesser extent in PoE1. It's cool. That's good. It's a good way to introduce that stuff to people over time as well.
Shadow's comfy league starting,
dream where you like
but like the rangeness of snaking was so
having, like, a
nice.
league where you
And
have
Tincture
some
as well.
alternate leveling experience
Prismatic
besides the
Prismatic
campaign.
Tincture.
I know that's never been a
The
way
range
to
and the
Bit of a
tincture are really what made Snaking
bit of a
shine.
tricky one to do, honestly.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm pretty sure that has been something we've discussed for a very short amount of time, a long time ago. But don't know if we could really.
Yes, I've had some fever dreams about it, but I was just trying
Damage
to remember
convert
what
LE
it was,
nodes.
but it couldn't work. I just remember. I was
Yeah, because I know, like, people ask about it every time, and I'm like,
Yeah, that's true on League Start, yeah. Wait, what? Hello? Is it my internet or something? Is it just me? Oh no, we got an ad, bro. It's coming back in a second. Add graph to body. Graph adds some modifiers like adds to damage and grants a graph skill slot. Well, yeah, I think there's 3 types of graphs, I guess. Like there's a one that triggers, there's a passive one, and then there's an active one that you use. And then they have a bunch of mods that you can regal, exalt on it and stuff. And then you can corrupt vol it as well. There's like a unique vol orb or something. Alright, I think we're good. Wait, what is going on here? Dude, oh my god, bro. Happened to you too? Okay. Might be me. Yeah, I think it's I think it might be ads, Twitch ads or something.
strategy, by the way. Go for it if you want. But yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe you're second guess some of it now.
What is
and you
this
work
thing
out
on
which
here,
moves
dude?
You want to do, I like that, but I want to make the active league feel more important in the campaign as well. So
What is this
as much
here?
as we can do to strive towards having that be the case.
I can't even
is
like
fun.
close it.
I obviously understand though that like when you're insanely an accelerant player, you don't need
Kidding
it,
me?
right? You can just get to end game and then deal with it. You might not want to sink the time, but like a lot of people do want to engage with it. A lot of people
Okay, there it's
want
gone.
to
Jesus.
play the new league in the
Holy
campaign,
shit.
and so we should take every
Dude, the
motivation
internet's
we can
getting
to try
so
to make
bad,
that
man.
happen, and that way the campaign will feel
the hell's
can
Twitch
feel more
doing?
enjoyable. Not just be seen as a thing I need to get through, but there will always be a bit of that, and there's not really much you can do about it. So it's really the fight to keep it as feeling as fresh as possible, and with heaps of stuff going on. But it's part of that is the motivation of why we do leagues in the first place, right? Like you want to come back and have this new thing going on in the world. Imagine if you came back and there wasn't even a league. Imagine you came back and it's like, okay, there's some balance changes, but like, what else is going on? So. Like it even we understand that you must have the league in order for the campaign to not just feel the same every single time. So.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
And I think like the ones that have had less impact on the campaign have certainly been a little bit less exciting for that
For sure.
initial leveling experience.
Yeah, for sure, because it's just the same as before, except kind of honestly maybe worse. And then you really want to feel like the world is different, something's going on, something you're engaging with you didn't before, and
Anyway, I'm a campaign enjoyer. Sorry, I like it, but I got to rep the diverse opinions out there for that one.
So what are we playing? And we need patch notes, but right now, currently,
It's a classic.
we compromise on gold, we compromise
Currently
on trade,
leaning
it's always good for people to
either
ask what else
minions
we- and how we
or that fire toxic
see where we
rain,
are and what like nothing's set in
or
stone
this
forever.
skill, whatever this
Maybe
is.
this one is, but we'll see.
Maybe next Q&A.
Those are my three.
We'll see. So a
My
question
three
I saw
leanings
that was
currently.
interesting was how does GGG track bugs? What's the best way to report them? And the kind of like the example was like they had a specific transfigured skill gem as like an ice golem that doesn't work with support gems and hasn't since launched. So just kind of like stuff getting kind of lost in the woodwork. Like
Unfortunately, one of the realities of live service development is, okay, so if we're going to make a league by a certain deadline, like every time we're looking at each issue and being like, okay, is this more important than getting this league finished? And it's really, really hard to prioritize some of those things in some cases. Like they should get attention eventually, but it's like we have like, I have no idea how many open issues there are in our bug tracker. It could easily be tens of thousands.
Oh, did they say the Flesh and Flame
like, this is one of those things
works
where,
for the
like,
Bloodline
it's like,
Ascendancies?
we have this thing where it's
I might have
like,
missed
okay,
that.
here's something that might affect 0.1%.
That's kinda crazy
of
if so.
players, and like it's really, really hard to prioritize that over like here's the new content that everyone's going to be playing. So people do get slack time where they can just kind of work on random things like that, but like it can be hard to get. Some
You
of them.
might find something as simple as like this skill doesn't get affected by support gems. Could take 5 seconds and hasn't
Oh, yeah,
really
true,
been observed
true.
or prioritized. That is an
Use a normal one, and then you can just grab some more Bloodline
It's gonna take
Ascendancies.
5 weeks to implement some giant refactor, and honestly, we should have just deleted the skill and added 15 others. You know what I mean? Like, it's honestly kind of hard to know, and it's easy to go look at that single thing after this because you happen to bring it up and like, we'll see what the problem really is. But yeah, sometimes the simplest things boil down to like, oh, we have to refactor this and about how damage is dealt and how something with conversion and dexterity and not dexterity, and it boils down to this like giant refactor of how all this code works, and then it's like now we can do this thing. Okay, what else did it get us? No, just kind of just that.
And you get issues stuck in this.
I wonder how hard these
effectively,
Ubers are, man.
Someone like read it, they put it in the issue tracker. Someone looked into it, they realized there was some annoying detail of it that would require some larger change, and then someone was like, oh well, we don't have time for that, we want doing some other thing, and then it kind of gets put into some like hell of like unversion this like when we get time thing, and then it just kind of dies, and that's kind of an unfortunate situation that
Dude, do we actually have another 30 minutes, bro? Oh, dude, just give me the patch notes, please.
what to do.
I
with
cannot.
this. You know,
I cannot,
one
mate.
day- there used to be this optimism of like, one day I'll get there, and then I've accepted defeat.
But I mean,
Yeah.
ultimately, like obviously, we prioritize things based on how much the community cares about it.
So yeah,
So if people do care a lot about it, then yeah, obviously we'll get some attention.
so to the point of the question, then, like, what can players do from their perspective for something that they think is important? But isn't
Generally,
missing?
most of the media's like our community team has a generally good eye on things that are more the larger issues that get brought up. They do get noted down. They do generally get forwarded to us or the relevant people. For the more the fine detail bug reports,
I can't believe the amount of damage this thing does
here.
here.
Their routine to go through the bug reports forums, and
the forum seems to be the most pertinent.
It's like
place.
2 ticks and
It
he's
is
almost
part of
dead.
the day-to-day routine of the QA team. Yeah.
Is
so
this,
if you wanna take, like, the time to actually document?
Is this an
something
elementalist?
that you think maybe has been missed or doesn't have enough information, or
It's not.
the bug report forum.
The
is a place to do
slash
that.
bug in game comes with like a thing, but it's that's more about like terrain issues or like something to say, oh, what the heck, this generated weird, or like what the heck is this weird thing here. And it does give us a like recreate of the level, so we can come in and then like figure it out. But like if slash bug going a skill is broken, or like my skill can't be supported, those two things are not correlated. So that's like,
Wait,
if it's,
what?
like, broken, and like if the level is bad or there's monsters in the level or something glitching out, slash bug is a good way, and then you just
I use slash bug all the time for the
if you
for
wanna,
not that.
like, report a skill or something like that, it's better on the forums for sure.
Dude, nobody got time for that.
Requests. One was dual stash tab, and also kind of tangential to that was like more affinities. Is this
You
something you
said
guys?
dual stash tab. I thought you meant as in two stat. I was like,
Well, I want more
what's
stash
this
tabs
even
in my
for?
stash
You
tabs.
have the quad one. You want to?
I want a halfway between that. That's too much.
Okay.
The items are too small.
Dual.
Dude, this boss looks insane, man.
Generally speaking, yeah, we wanted it to always be that like rollable equipment, things with modifiers don't get specific stash tabs. Like that's the stuff you have to deal with. That's the item management should be in that. But then I understand technically compromised on flasks and you know bits and pieces, and it's like a little bit of a gray area. But like we so far have drawn the line kind of as just like. I mean, we've literally listed the rest
Oh,
of the
dude,
stash
look at
tabs,
this.
and aside from
The
adding
damage he
new
takes from this
quality
here.
currency items here and there and stuff like that. It's been like,
What?
I don't know. I think that might be it. Like until we add new stuff that requires new affinities, like maybe something comes with this league. I think this league has a locker, so whatever. But then it's like, yeah, I don't know if we will ever really add them for the equipment. I don't want it to be that you literally can just control click. Well, people have their dump tabs and different methodologies of doing that stuff, but I don't want everything to just auto sort. People may disagree with me, and
Dude, Twitch
fair
is
enough, you can.
it's all in my face,
ultimately
man.
how we want it to be, where it's like
I
there is
need
at least
Twitch
some
Turbo
items
now.
you're kind of looking at, like especially with mods. Like obviously with the currency, you know by the icon what it is. With an armor, you want to look at it, see what the mods are, and then make a decision. And sure, a lot of people put it in a tab and then look at it later and make the decision. And I understand with the trade system before, what actually people were doing is just dumping it, and then if they get spam for messages, then looking at it. You know, there's stuff like that. But yeah, I do want to make sure that you actually are reading the modifiers, assessing if it's a good item, and then making decisions on it as part of your cycle. And you can work around it. That's up to you. But yeah, the moment that everything is just like somewhere, and you're just like, all right, and you do you even know what you got now? You know what I mean? Like, and you could argue, well, I can look at it and then control click it and it auto sort. But you know, I think we kind of drew the line at equipment. And again, I suspect a lot of people are gonna be like, well, you should change that, and I'll be like, well, I don't want to, and you know, we'll be at a disagreement there. And again, I'm all about having a healthy disagreement. I don't mind. So
What build is
that might
this?
just be where it is, and I don't know. We can reevaluate in a couple Q&As from now. You know what I mean?
It's a
I think on the
Guardian.
affinities tab, on the affinities side of things, chat's
What are you
mentioning
doing
there's
damage
a
with?
few in Piri 1 that are kind of missing, maybe like incubators and stuff.
Oh no,
That probably
no,
don't-
they are missing. It is our intention to add this.
Okay, yeah.
For that
just
more
like-
like fungibles,
it's
and
just
stuff like
Smite?
that, like non-modifier stuff. There is an intention to add that.
Smite Guardian.
Good to know. Yeah, cool. So that probably
Why?
ones that have been
I mean, we
mentioned
did
there.
that in PoE too. We were always like, oh, we're going to release the stash tab, and then we did the whole like, wait, we can just add affinities without the tab. We can add the tab later if we want to. So we still need to go through PoE 1 and add some affinities that aren't that don't have stash tabs for sale.
Dude, what kills this guy?
done some really good click-based quality of life. Less clicks, I'm always keen to see, like for a lot of that stuff that's very spam clicky. Something that was asked was the idea of consolidating Harbinger shards in particular. Seems like it's pretty painful to farm for people that enjoy that, but you know, can only do it for a brief stretch. And Octavian was saying there was something about that happening.
I think we did do something with that, and
yeah,
it came up when we initially were speccing all the QOL changes and like things that are just like easy wins and improvements.
Yeah,
it came up. I just don't have 100% memory recall on if we decided to do it like now. It might actually just be in the patch notes. I don't know. There's like
dude, this boss looks insane, man. Holy shit.
We would drop less of them, get rid of some of the bad ones, and drop more of the good ones.
They nerf ES
overall stacks
in the patch notes.
You know, higher more in the stacks and less.
I don't want to play like Trickster.
Pitter patter that you end up kind of filtering out anyway.
Sneak Trickster.
So, hopefully we did that and then it's in. If we haven't, then it's very clearly on the radar and will come soon.
Cool. Nice. I like this. So you had this.
Yeah, you're probably right. No flushing flame for new ascendancies.
Quality of life improvements for each.
Also, would really dilute the pool as well.
Bare minimum.
It'd make it even worse.
I like this. It's been paying off. I think it's
in like private leagues, HCS or HC trade, stuff like that.
Give me that quality of life.
It's very important for a game again with so much replayability and people coming back and playing that you just start you remove a lot of this friction. You don't want to obviously make it frictionless, because some of the fun comes from a little
this
bit
boss
of friction
looks
here and there, in some regards.
fucked.
But like, there's things where it's like, you know.
I assume these ground degens never disappear as well.
Things that erode your
would be my assumption.
Yeah. And honestly,
it's gonna be like a
Maven
Maven
time factor to it. So
type
the
thing.
longer it's been in, the more like it's like, okay, at this point, come on now.
Hey, but Seismic, we haven't even seen the patch notes, so we don't know what the balance changes are yet. It's coming soon though. 25 minutes.
You know, you don't want it to become a spreadsheet, for sure. But at the end of the day, you don't want it to just become. As we add more and more features, more and more content, it's going to.
Yeah, they're stalling hard.
Their little thing. It's going to become growingly more annoying over time. So it's important as you add some things that require, you know, manual intervention. You start removing.
I like how the shield has like no life,
so it's because
no suppression,
the game is so replayed for so long. It's really
no extra block chance.
At this point that we are addressing as many things as we can per league to make sure
mediocre.
That, you know, you don't just get a build up of, you know,
there's like some software trade
over the course of a long
type
period.
elementalist ignite.
Very much thanking you as well for a lot of these changes. Oh,
yeah, good.
Sweet relief.
I mean, those ones are always a good win, but like some of them, you know, like the Spectre thing and, you know, the heist thing. There's so many that are just like, I mean, they're not. Are they QOL? Yeah, kind of. I mean, they do improve quality of life to some regard, but it's honestly kind of balance as well. It's just like, you know, it doesn't need to be this way anymore, so let's just change it. But yeah, I don't know. We try and think of as many as possible. I love my bingo cards. I don't think I've had too many recently, so feel free to put some more bingo cards through. I love the ideas. They can be, look, if you don't have 20, it doesn't have to be a 5x5 grid. You can make a 2x2 bingo card. It can, if you can't think of more than 4 things, or just have 4. If you only have one thing, just a single cell bingo card. It's also fine.
Stretching the definition a little bit.
You know, we do take a moment to sit down and go like, what do we want to fix? We crowdsource. We go to our QA. We talk to other designers here who play and stuff, and we're just like, what annoys you the most? And then we try and come up with something. So yeah,
it's good.
I don't know. It's actually quite a fun process, and yeah, we go. I think this time around we've got some pretty good winners.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, asynchronous trade, not to mention.
Yeah, I mean that's the big and obvious thing. But
man, is there any way to use this realistically?
Thanks for the chat today. I look forward to playing some more, and we'll see you fine, folks, in 327.
Yeah. Well, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks
again. Patch notes come right now.
Hopefully you guys enjoy the game.
See you later, folks.
Yeah.
All right, where's the patch notes though? Yeah, if patch notes go live, let me know. Guardian of Smiting. Yeah, I'm just kind of wondering what minion, like Reaper, maybe a Spectre. I mean, you could even maybe do Holy Relic of Conviction. I'm not a fan of this because you have to run permanent minions. I like temporary minions. I'm a temporary minion Andy. Is Link a DR? I think there's a Link that has the DR on it. By default, I don't think so. Bama? Yeah. You have to link every like 0.8 seconds or something. I wonder what links to even use. You could use it to trigger stuff with intuitive link. This thing's terrible. Crit multi. Crit. %14 less damage taken from your linked target. 3% of damage from hits against target is taken from your energy shield. Yeah, you don't need that. So it's either Flame Link. Maybe Destructive Link or Intuitive Link. It's probably Flame Link. But what minion? Could you do like a Reaper bleed plus ignite? Is that a thing? Holy Relic? Flame Link? Wait, so these refresh when you hit, right? I think they refresh. Like a Quinn build? Bro, it'd be like a Merc 2.0. You don't even know. You don't even know, alright? Oh, they're just permanently up. Wait. Alright, so yeah, use... I mean, they're not going to die anyways. With 73% less damage taken. Like Ice Nova. These Novas, they proc where you hit the enemy. Or actually, no, they hit... These Novas hit the nearest enemy. So like whatever enemy's closest, they'll cast it on top of that minion. That's pretty good clear. Honestly, it might be decent. What else we got here? Yeah, that sounds about right. Like 50, 75. 50 to 80, something like that. Async trade? Yes, sir. We got async trade. Yep. Where's the patch notes, though? Reaper. This is like bleeding only. Man, the weird thing about this though, you really want just like one strong Giga Juice minion. So we can get a lot of head under buffs instead of like spreading it out. One Giga Golem. I don't know. I mean, you could do like a Giga Zombie or something. Isn't there like a zombie unique or something? That gives you like one, maybe two Giga Zombies. I don't remember. I mean, zombies are slow anyways. It's kind of a problem. Herald of Agony. Oh, Herald of Agony is already immune to damage though, so this line does nothing. Seems kind of mid actually. Yeah, there might be some AG angles here. Can you give an AG like a bow? Oh yeah, damageable minions, true. Nah, Herald of Agony is immune to damage. I think the one in the tree is the same as well, damageable. Damageable minions, yeah, it wouldn't even work. Cannot link in a Herald of Agony, I don't think at all. Feels bad. Can you give an AG a bow? Does that work? I mean, even if you could, it's going to be bad, right? It's probably going to be bad. Because it's like unlinked and stuff. I mean, yeah, there's maybe an angle for AG smiting. Can only use melee? Oh, really? Dude, is it just me or is PoE slow as hell? Melee weapon. Yeah, it's melee only. Rip. Yeah, I don't think AG is gonna be very good for this. But maybe the AG is smiting. What does this do? Does anybody know if this does damage? I don't know anything about this. I mean, the big thing is it's just unlinked, which is kind of rough. Honestly, the only thing I can see being used really is Holy Relic. Spectre. Maybe Reaper. What do these other transfer ones do though? Yeah, no. 30% less damage. What the hell is this? This is only like a dash only skill? Has anybody ever used this thing? It sounds scuffed. Super scuffed. We still don't know what the Spectre rework is. I'm going to Control F Spectre in the patch notes. Control F Spectre, Auto Exert. Your movement skill? I think it's just like a separate skill, like a command. You command it to dash to a specific spot, I guess. I've never tried it. It's my assumption though. Animate weapon of ranged arms. New mirror tier item on Spectre? What do you mean? Yeah, we saw that. I don't know. This theme's kind of not very good unless there's like some crazy good Spectre. What about like Druidic Alchemist? Ideally, you'd want something that does Fizz if you're doing head buff stealing. This is it's not Fizz. I don't know. This doesn't really seem that good. Unless there's some crazy specters. I don't know. Cardinal box. That would be lit. Yeah, I don't know about this. Wait, this drops from one of the Uber bosses too, right? Oh, is this one of the new Uber bosses? Man, this is gonna be hard to get to. Like at least in HC. I think I'm probably new to trade, but I'm not sure yet. EC patch notes. What is this guy? What is this guy playing with right now? I see a Reaper. These are Reapers, right? Some multiple Reapers. Oh, dude, this clear looks so bad, bro. And then there's gonna be Breach too. This looks absolute trash. The clear on this, the Reapers. Oh, this looks terrible. No, I cannot play Reapers. Assuming those are Reapers, I think they are. Wait, is there some... Wait, there's like a big Reaper and then some small Reapers. Or something. What's up, Monty? These do fizz. I don't remember. The headhunter. Yeah, it could be. That's a lot of size gain though. Maybe it's. I feel like it's just like a regular Reaper and then the small Reapers too. Can you even do that? Wait, our patch notes up? Oh shit, Trickster's nerfed. It's over, boys. They just need to nerf ES in general. So wait, can you have a big Reaper and multiple small? Make AG wear Hollowed Monarch, able to link and make yourself count as a minion. That'd be pretty wild. Yeah, I don't think he'll link to you though. That'd be pretty nutty though. Just like face tank all the Ubers in the game. Physical damage Nova. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it could be all right. We need patch notes straight up. Yeah, we should be getting patch notes in what, 5 minutes or less? Bro, they are stalling so hard. I cannot. Oh, come on, bro. I'll be right back 1 sec. BRB. Where are the batch notes? What the hell is this? Where's this from? Did I miss this? Oh, it's just a meme. Oh, yo, patch notes are up. Let's go. I believe. Oh, they're up. Auto exert. No auto exert changes. Exert. Snaking. Wow. Holy shit. That's pretty nasty. All right. What else? Trickster. 20% attack cast speed loss. Wait, what? That's still pretty good. Wait, they didn't even really nerf Trickster, dude. Trickster's still really good. I mean, this hurts right here. But, like, it's whatever. Trickster's still really good, dude. Oh, they nerfed Elementalist. Alright, let's just go top. Alright. Speed run. I've probably seen most of this. Yeah, no spoilers. Oh, some of these are like new, right? We saw this one. I did 3 new wand base types. These are attack wands. Blasting wand, kinetic wand, somatic wand. All share the same implicit modifier, cannot roll caster mods. Yeah, that's kind of sick. 6 new ring bases. These are breach rings, I guess. Max res. Another int skill. Yeah. There's a lot of them. Dude, holy shit, there's like 5 of them here. I wonder what the odds of this are. It's like 50-50 or something. Asynchronous trade, X6. Press comma to open the trade market interface. This only offers the ID after you've reached Mervale's Caverns. Gross. Drop rate of Scrolls of Wisdom has been vastly reduced after Act 1. Good. You just vendor transmutes if you need them. There's die that now transform into a floating orb specter that cannot be targeted and cannot use skills. When you enter an area, the orb specter will automatically transform back into the original specter. Wait, so that's the only change, huh? 5 new stash tab affinities for incubators, scouting reports, ritual items, sanctum, and settlers. The incubators is really nice. The rest is kind of whatever. Apple Silicon support for macOS. What the hell is it? What even is this? Oh, it's just some ARM processors. Interesting. Gotcha, gotcha. Lonely, reverent, and traumatic fragments for the new Ubers. Oh, the number of Uber fragments that drop from these bosses has been increased. Sick change. The feared Maven invitation now requires Cyrus and the Incarnation of Dread to be witnessed instead of Chiyula and Adziri. Oh! Wow. Wow. I wonder if he does Corrupted Blood. Hidden is now replaced with the Remembered. Requiring witness of Courtyard, Wasting, Chambers of Impurity, and Theater of Lies. Oh, what? Dude. So they're nerfing tier 17 map mod rewards, it seems like. 17 maps can now be sometimes be corrupted to have 8 mods. Edifice nerf. No longer causes abysses in the area to spawn hordes as they travel. It now causes abyss pits in area that do not lead to abyssal depths or spawn, and abyssal trove will spawn minor Stygian spires. It's over. Risk Scarab now has a limit of 1. Good change. Following maps have been added back. Academy, Arachnid Nest, Arena, Burial Chamber, Cells, Coves, Crater, Crimson Temple, Desert Excavation Factory, Forking River, Infested Valley, Lava Chamber, Lookout Marshes, Mud Geyser, Pit, Port, Primordial Pool, Residence, Sulfur Vents, Summit, Thicket Volcano. Removed. Ancient City, Armory, Basilica, Bog, Colonnade, Conservatory, Cold River, Coral Ruins, Crystal Ore Dig, Dungeon, Geode, Forbidden Woods, Foundry, Laboratory, Leyline, Malformation, Peninsula, Pier, Scriptorium, Siege, Sunken City, Terrace, Vault, and Wharf. Okay. Oh, they removed Coral Ruins. That's going to change the Freeze Pantheon map. Straight and narrow, notable Atlas passive. What the hell's on? The hell is that even? Dude. Oh, they nerfed suppression? Yeah, I heard about the Drowning Orb one, but... Wow. That's, kind of fucked. Yeah, I have no idea what the straight and narrow notable. I don't know what that is. Oh, they nerfed the way to get resonators. Oh man. Yeah, you can't get resonators from this anymore. Do you actually have to delve for resonators? Oh, that sucks. Mounting modifiers. Oh, damn it. I need to stop closing this. What? Mounting modifiers? Am I just blind? Oh, it's here. Why is the search not working? Oh, now it is. Oh. Oh, they nerfed. Blinker, yo, no spoilers though. But I'll take a look. 50% less damage. 4 prismatic clones. Minion duration is now 5 seconds. Oh, thank God. Good changes. 33% less damage. Great changes. Now you can no longer use fresh meat. Or it's like way worse at least. Minus duration's a nerf because of the fresh meat support. It's a pretty big nerf. Oh wow, they're actually nerfing a lot of these. Chiseled Perfection. Which one is that? It's right here. Damn. Oh, and they nerfed these too? Oh my God, bro. Fissure of Snaking got hit really hard. Huge nerf. Wait, did they touch Earthshatter? Oh, they didn't touch Earthshatter? Alright, yeah, Earthshatter's the way to go if you want to play slams, it looks like. I mean, I'm not through everything, but something like that's the way to go. Four small passes on the interior of the Atlas tree now grant 2% increased rarity of items found in your maps instead of effective explicit modifiers in your maps. 4 small passes on the interior of the Atlas tree. What does that mean? Force. Oh, it's these. It's these 4 nodes. Okay. Wow. Dude, they nerfed the shit out of the top side Atlas tree. So these nodes nerfed. These nodes nerfed. These nodes nerfed. These two nerfed. I think that's it. All these nerfed. These 3 nerfed. They nerfed the shit out of Atlas tree juicing. It's going to affect harvest quite a bit too. Probably healthier for the game, but fuck, it's a pretty big nerf. All right, let's move on. Heist has gold rooms instead of breach rooms? Wow. Wait, that might actually make Heist pretty good. Depending on the gold rework. Vault breach unobtainable. Syndicate medallions are now more common. Good change. They were way too rare for Veiled Exalts. Gravicus nerf. Gravicious, however you say his name. Much needed. Whoa. Harvest Reforged crafts which guarantee a certain modifier type, such as Reforged Lightning, will now respect modifiers and items which restrict mod types, such as cannot roll attack mods. Wait, this seems big. Wait, you can also do this with prefixes cannot be changed, right? Oh, no, it doesn't. No. It's only... Can I roll attack mods? Can I roll... What is it? Can I roll caster? I was thinking you use this with, like, prefix cannot be changed, suffix cannot be changed. I don't think so, though. No, it doesn't work. Alright, that's a good change. Cool. Cheaper rerolls. Nice. Oh, they nerfed Rogue Exile. Ghosted farming, I think. This does not affect their bonus additional drops of equipment from each item slot. Yeah, I think this is a nerf to Ghosted Exile farming. Oh, that's huge. Oh, they nerfed the shit out of Rogue Exiles. Alright, rip City Square Rogue Exile farming. We saw that. This is huge. Spell suppression giga nerf. Wait, how much? What is that? 20% more damage taken? How much is that? Say you were taking 100 damage before. So you take 50. How we take 60? Did we take 20% more damage from spells with suppression cap? I think. Unless my math is cooked. 20% more damage from spells is crazy. Jesus. It's actually a buff to endurance charges, though. Endurance charge, bottom left builds. At least, you know, unless something changes later on. Whoa! Yo, that's the PoE 2 change they did. They brought it to PoE 1. That's huge. What the hell is that even? Interesting. Remove all sources of minion accuracy from the game. Although existing items with the minion accuracy modifiers are unchanged. These modifiers will now do nothing. Interesting. That makes precision kind of useless. You don't even need precision anymore. That's huge, actually. Sources that specified other rings have been changed to clarify they work with the opposite ring instead. Skill changes. I mean, like, I don't know anything about that gem, dude. 20% more cyclone damage, just nothing. All right, so blink arrow. Oh, this is much needed. These are much needed changes. About time. These are huge nerfs. Can no longer run fresh meat, really. Fresh meat's like useless now. Volcanic Fish of Staking, good. Yeah, it was very good. It's not gonna be worth playing anymore, I don't think. You just play Earthshatter now. Mirror arrow ones. Yeah. I assume so. Yep. Good changes. I've been asking for Bomba nerfs for ages. Love to see it. You love to see it. All my homies hate Bomba. Dude, they buff to Bone Shatter. Hello? Hello? Back on the menu. Complication. Now a white gem similar to Dead End Mines and no longer has any attribute requirements. Cool. Dude, there's no way this is good, right? I don't think so. Buffed elemental hits. Wait, what did they do here? Explosive concoction. Well, they nerfed the shit out of the fire damage. But they added more from the flask consumption. Damn. Look at this. 196 dot multi? Holy shit. I mean, this is a buff for, well, it's a nerf for campaign. It's an endgame buff. That's a huge nerf for campaign. This is like kind of dog shit for campaign now, I think. Is what for you? Econch of Destruction. I don't know anything about this gem. What does this even do? Is that BPX? Transfigured version deals less damage, less base fire damage, higher crit, less damage from Sapphire and Topaz Flask. It's crit multi from Ruby Flask. I mean, it's just like some crit shit. Oh yeah, I mean this might be buffed for Ignite Econk. Seems like. Lost some base fire damage, but you get more on the flasks, other flasks, so it doesn't really matter. And more dot multi. Log in. Sanguinate, 50% more base fizz damage per second. I mean, nobody really plays this for the dot. I don't know of any Sanguinate dot builds. It's all hit based. Weird. Theory's rule penetrates 50% of 50 instead of 25. I mean, nobody uses staves in this game, so Hex Blast, 200% more damage with hits. Previously 150, 90% more. Didn't they nerf the shit out of Hex Blast recently? Like a league or two ago? 2-second cooldown time with 3 uses. Bruh. Oh, Hex Blast Contradiction. They buffed this too. Alright, we saw that. Peaconk. So it lost flats. Lost a lot of flats. But gained percentage from flask. This is probably a campaign nerf. It's a pretty significant campaign nerf. Probably not too different endgame. Same on bouncing. Whoa, wait, actually, this is a big nerf for bouncing, actually. At like all stages, basically. It's probably a minor nerf, actually. It's not that huge. It's a minor nerf. Yeah, stop posting notes we haven't got to yet. Power class mines, no. Whoa. Sabotage. What are they doing here? Wait, did they delete sabotage? Did they actually delete it? No. Oh, they just deleted this shit, eh? It's over. Oh man. Nobody plays Reap Dot, it's all Reap Hit. Spectral Helix. Bit more attack speed. Bit more damage. Still not very good. Spectral Throw. Bit more damage, bit more attack speed. Why are they only buffing the dot on a lot of these skills? Winter Orb. I mean, this seems kind of good. This is a better damage while you're not channeling. Much better damage while you're not channeling. Seems kind of good. A little dead. Work slows now deal 25% more damage at all gem levels. Quite a bit of a damage buff on the effectiveness. And seething as well. They nerfed seething after that gauntlet. That Ben one with Necro Volatile Dead. They nerfed the shit out of it, didn't they? Oh, this is what they nerfed. Oh, dude, this is such a disgusting nerf. So, how much of a damage hit is this? So you lose this line, which is huge. And you're currently getting 3 hits from this. And I think this change means you get 2 hits. So what, 954? Oh, dude, did this just really lose? It just lost like a 50% more multiplier. Basically just lost a gem link. And 50% more AoE. It's pretty nasty, actually. I think the skill's dead. Especially because Earthshatter didn't get changed. Skill's dead. A good run. I wonder if this is any good. But they didn't actually buff the damage. I think the cast speed, I guess, is a damage buff. Classified as unarmed with shield. Yep. As long as your main hand's empty. Vortex of Protection. Now unable to explode from frost bolts that will explode from other casts of Vortex Protection. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how this works. I assume it's like kind of double dipping. Like when you explode, that explosion explodes the other ones as well nearby. I don't know. Yeah. % more damage at all gem levels. Just more dot buffs. I mean, yeah, wands are looking really good, honestly. I'm not sure if I'm going to play them on launch, but they're looking really good. Some of the new skills are really sick. Tell you you're a Doomer and everything's fine. What are you dooming about? Everything seems aight. Snaking's dead. But everything else looks fine so far. What am I leaning for league start? I'm not sure. It's either wands, minions, or that fire toxic rain thing. Is probably what I'm leaning towards, one of those three. So far, I'm not done with the patch notes though. What the hell is Rupture? Is Rupture the Deadeye thing? Ah, yes, whatever. It looks stale. Oh, I'm surprised they didn't nerf like Earthshatter. Is the snaking change? Is that the only slam adjustment? Is that it? 'Cause I haven't seen anything else yet. Buff to sadism. Spellslinger buff. All right, we already saw this. We looked at this. So in the context of the spell suppression nerf, this is still pretty good, honestly. This is still really good. It's a bit harder to suppress cap. This hurts a little bit. I mean, honestly, tricks are still really good. Yeah, the suppression nerf's rough. It's like, what, 20% more damage taken from spells now? It's pretty brutal. It's actually a buff to endurance charges too. It just makes, like, there's more incentive to play endurance charge builds now. Kind of weird. Oh, wow. They buff Sabo, huh? Honestly, there's going to be some good Sabo builds this league, I'm pretty sure. Especially with the new ascendancies, because Sabo doesn't really have like 4 good ascendancies for most builds. This is rough. Problem with this is, like, it's not even consistent, and now they nerfed it. It also has this tax of having to go here, which I hate. Like, such a heavy tax. Am I going to play minions? I'm not sure. There's a decent chance, yeah, I'll play minions, but I'm not sure yet. It might be hard to find a good minion build for Breach, though, is the thing. If I can find a good Breach minion build, then I might do it. Corpse Pact, 4% attack cast speed. For each corpse consumed. Wow, they doubled this? Holy shit. And they buffed VD Volatile Dead. Wow, dude. This is crazy. Bombadil, maybe it's Conviction? Yeah, it could be. I'm not a huge fan of Conviction. I think it could be interesting with the new Uber helm though, the Link helm or whatever. It might be interesting with that. But outside of that, I don't think I would play Conviction, I don't think. But it could be alright. Pathfinder. Geoffreys, yeah. Yeah, that's true. I think for mapping, you'd still probably want to run the Headhunter helmet, maybe? Probably. I'm pretty sure it would be more than 50% more damage with Headhunter for mapping. And like Flame Link or something. I would assume, but I'm not sure on that. It's just a 50% more damage helmet, which is pretty big, but I think Headhunter would outdo that. And Links. At least for mapping. But for a single target, yeah, you would want to wear the Geoffreys, however you say it. Elementalist getting a nerf's crazy. It's kind of understandable. Elementalist was getting a lot of hype in the past like few weeks, the past month. So I get it. The thing I don't like about it is the golem buffs are not even consistent. They're not reliable. So like they're gonna drop sometimes in T17s or whatever. So that makes Elementalist like way less attractive. I don't really see the appeal anymore. Some Pathfinder buffs, it's kind of whatever, who cares? What to pivot to? Yeah, I'm not sure yet. I've got to get through the patch notes and think a little bit. I'm not sure yet. I mean, the Spectres reviving is kind of interesting. But even then, you still have to invest in mini defenses. I don't know. We'll think about it. Suppress nerf? Dude, tell me there's some slam nerfs in here. Are there slam nerfs in here? Otherwise, how do you not just play it like Earth Shatter and HC or something? Should go back to minions. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look into it. I mean, yeah, Obama being dead and yeah, I'm not super sold on Conviction, but I'm sure there's probably some better minion builds than Conviction if I had to guess. Thing is, you just need something that clears good because of Breach 2.0. You have to have a good clearing minion, and I don't really know what that would be yet. I'll look into it though. Spectres. Yeah, I'm not a Spectre fan, but maybe. The thing about Spectres is it really encourages playing Necro, and I hate Necro. Like despise Necro actually, so I'm not sure. We'll see. For survivability, yeah. Well, you still need them to survive though. That's survivability is still gonna be really big. I guess I'm assuming you can just portal out to revive them, right? That's what it seemed like in the Spectre reveal. And based on the wording here, when you enter an area, the Orb Spectre will automatically transform back to the original Spectre. So yeah, I assume you can just portal out. You can res them in map? Wait, don't you have to like desecrate and like look for them or something? Or is it just a button? Oh, really? I hadn't seen or heard of that. If that's the case, that's pretty interesting. I mean, it doesn't say anything about like a button though here. I'm not sure how this works. Turn your brain off and loading up slams again. I really don't want to play slams. I mean, how did they destroy Snaking but didn't touch Earth Shatter? Oh, dude, what is that? Barkskin has no mana reservation. What was it, like 10%? Hasn't Jung just been like Gluckin Warden lately? Yeah, it's 10%. Place the minion offensive master that grants 250 accuracy to 20% CDR. I mean, that's a buff to That is a buff to Holy Relic. The Grave Pact passive tree cluster now grants Chaos Resistance instead of minion accuracy. Chaos Resistance for minions, right? Surely it's for minions. They should probably specify that. I'm assuming this is for minions. If this is just if this is player chaos res, this wheel's insane. But yeah, I would assume it, since it's dropping minion accuracy to give us another mod, it's probably another minion mod. I can't, dude. What is going on with Earthshatter, man? All right, let's skim the rest of this. Earthshatter and Bone Shatter. Earthshatter or Bone Shatter are looking really fucking good right now. I thought they were gonna like nerf the shit out of slams. Guess not. Magnitude of implicit mods. Huh. Wow. Damn, they did nerf the shit out of Whispers of Infinity Gone. It's still pretty good though, eh? Man, did they really need to cut it down a fourth? Really? Why not like half? It's still pretty good, but not as insane as it was. Oh wow, this is actually a minion buff. Is it a prefix or a suffix? It's probably a suffix. Yeah, it should be suffix. Now grants fire at most one projectile. Skills chain plus 1 times and projectile's fork. I don't know what the hell you'd use this for. Wait, so they nerfed the base suppression. Now they want us to invest into extra damage suppressed when you suppress? Wait, did they nerf Inveterate? No, they did not. Refactored how monsters with physical damage converted to LE damage scale with monster mods and map mods that grant physical damage gained as extra element. Modifiers will have far less effect on high level monsters. They converted most or all of their physical damage to a specific element. Do we know all the ascendancies? No, not yet. Yeah, we've seen like what, 3 or 4 of them or something. Hopefully we get those well before launch, honestly. Incarnations have less life but more damage or debuff potency. They fixed volatile cores. Reduce the damage. I wonder if you can tank these now. You can suppress them. I mean, suppression's nerfed though. Maybe they're tankable though? Prevent the game from pausing during gameplay. What does that even mean? Though. Current dust recombinator, nice. Oh, speedrun setting. Oh, yo, that's huge. Oh, so you can allocate skill points on the move. Yo, alright, that's sick. That's actually sick. Base. Good change. Oh, this is a sick change. The cursor size view option has been changed to a slider. Yo, sick change. Lovely. Love it. Wanting looks sick, but it's going to be so meta. I mean, wands are looking pretty juicy, man. Just load it up, dude. I know you're a bit of a hipster, though. Volatile Dead's looking really good with the Corpse Pact buff. The doubled 2% to 4% attack cast speed. Super good. And 25% more damage. Looking pretty good. I'll be honest, I was expecting more balance changes. I cannot believe Earthshatter is unchanged. As far as I'm aware, Earthshatter is unchanged, Berserker is unchanged. Why are slams still super good? They just deleted snaking and then all the other slams are still really, really good. So Bone Shatter and Earth Shatter are looking really good. Yeah, they nuked Snaking from orbit. Classic. So what, 33% less damage on single target? And lost 50% more AoE. A little dead. I think you play Seething, yeah. Oh, it only has a max of 10 orbs? Wait, maybe not. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is the nerf they did. This is the thing Ben abused in Gauntlet. He would like rapidly spam these, and when it hit the 10 limit, they'd all explode. And you just keep casting, but you can't do that anymore. They just vanish. You might have to play base. I think it might actually be base Volatile Dead now. Because this has a max of 60, and with Seeding only has a max of 10. Ten corpses in one cast. Yeah, I think you have to do base VD. Oh man, I'll be honest. Yeah, I was expecting a little bit more on the skill adjustment, the skill bit rebalance. Like, one sec here. So like the only significant stuff here, Bone Shatter good. Right, hold up. Bone Shatter, Earth Shatter. Big nerfs are snaking. Bomba. What else got like big nerfs? Oh, it's looking like Volatile Dead, maybe? Volatile Dead's probably pretty good now. Elementalist got a pretty significant nerf. Suppression. I think it's 20% more. I'm not sure on that, but I think it is. Wait, this is unironically a buff for slams as well, this line. Dude, Earth Shatter slams are better than they were last league. What are they doing? I mean, wands are looking really good as well. This is a bit of a minion buff, but this is not like enough to really like make a huge difference. It's just like, it's kind of nice. It's also, if you were to play champ minions, it means Tanabai you cannot evade attacks, does nothing now for minions. Summon Reaper. Yeah, I don't know if you watched the Reaper gameplay in the reveal. It did not look all that impressive. I was not impressed. Necro SRS? Gross. Necro's disgusting. Gross. Build's looking good for Marauder. Earth Shatter slams, 100%. It's looking super, super, super strong. Or Bone Shatter. I don't know what the best ascendancy for Bone Shatter is. It might be Slayer. Oh, they nerfed the shit out of Pyroclast. Nuked. Winter Orb might be decent. I don't like for end game. It's probably pretty good. I don't know if it's good like early on though. For Earthshatter, 100% you would play Berserker, unless there's a new Bloodline Ascendancy that has like Ancestral Commander's Warcry cooldown reduction. In that case, you could probably play Jug or something. Trickster got nerfed, but still really good. Trickster's still really good. They didn't even nerf ES. Hello? This could be interesting. Oh man, there's not a lot here. It's just like you can play wands or one of the new skills, the new bow skills. Earthshatter. Volatile Dead. Bone Shatter. That's like it. That's like an obvious new, or not new, but like an obvious strong builds. At least that are like pretty obvious. Saturn Pathfinders, Beano's the only way to spread poison? Yep, I think so. As far as I'm aware, yep. I mean, you could always use, what's it called? Those gloves, the Temple Chain Gloves, is a good way of like getting some pops, some pseudo prolif. Is SRS safe? I mean, SRS is it's safe, yeah. I mean, it's like kind of buffed, but it wasn't even that strong to begin with. But SRS is safe, yeah. Should still be solid, but I don't think it's gonna be like insane or anything. I guess we also got the Spectre change, which is decent. I don't know how significant those things are though. It's a nice QL. Arms can mix up balance. Yeah, to an extent. I mean, yeah, but I assume we've only seen like maybe a third of them, maybe half to a third of the graphs or whatever. Man, they did snaking dirty, bro. Hmm. Initial thoughts on Assassin? It's not very good. Play a cultist. I mean, Frost is still in the mix, eh? I guess Frost is still in the mix. The amulet nerf is pretty significant, but that's the only Frost nerf, isn't it? Primal Owl, Unleash effect with Lightning SRS. It doesn't do anything for SRS, does it? It's just extra skulls. I don't think it does anything, unfortunately. It's only spell damage. Where is that? Yeah, that doesn't affect the minions, I'm pretty sure. Where is it at? Yeah, the spell stuff's not affecting SRS at all, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, you just can summon more SRS, but yeah, that doesn't really matter much. Has a spell tag? Yeah, but it doesn't, like... Unleash already ignores this line right here. Like, it ignores this line, and it ignores this line. Like, these don't affect SRS at all. So there's no reason to think that it would on the Ascendancy. Neither of these do anything. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to do a little digging on some minion stuff here. Snaking's dead. Bomb is probably playable, but it lost a lot of damage and it lost fresh meat support, which is really big. Elementalist is not really appealing anymore. I don't see the appeal, especially since golems are just not consistent. So they're already inconsistent and now they're worse. Quite a bit worse. I don't really see the appeal of Elementalists anymore. We'll try to get a Zenith Juggernaut for 3.27. I probably wouldn't play that till late. I think if you want to do something like that, you'd probably go Bone Shatter. Bone Shatter got pretty big buffs. Bone Shatter's looking pretty good, honestly. Bone Shatter, Earth Shatter are like the obvious strongest starters right now, I think. I mean, Earth Shatter more so than Bone Shatter. Some of the wand stuff is probably going to be really good as well. Poison, Volatile, Dead Assassin. Oh wait, they didn't add any spell poison chance, did they? On the tree. It's going to be hard to cap poison chance. You definitely get a lot of septic spells, medium clusters to cap. How much poison chance do you get? Oh, you need let's just throw on what Original Sin. Wait, no, it's not that. What is it? The Eater Boots, I guess? I forgot what they're called. Or what? Like all damage can poison? There we go. %. How many more on the tree? Oh yeah, it's some down here. 15. $65. Oh, you could also run Herald of Agony. And then you can also get Jewels if you want 5%, 6%, whatever, 5%. Dark Monarch Helms. Those are interesting in Trade League. And SSF though, there's like 15 variants or something of the Minion Helm. That's kind of wild. It's like not SSF friendly at all. Viable? I'm sure it'd be viable, yeah. You'd probably need at least one Septic Spells, probably. You could play no Septic Spells and T Poison Chance Jewels at 95%. RNG with 15 div. Yeah. I mean, true. Yeah, that's a lot in SSF, though. At least early. I don't understand what I really don't I don't understand is they nerf suppression and it's just a bigger buff to bottom left tree. Like endurance charge builds are so much better day 1, day 2, day 3 right now than suppressed builds. Like they were already stronger. Now they're even more absurd. Like if you just want to be as strong as possible day 1, day 2, at least in HC, you probably just play one of these builds. Like they're even stronger than they were before relative to everything else. Somehow. Unless like some of this wand stuff's like absurd or something. Or the new bow skills. Alright, well I gotta start thinking about a build. I think I'm gonna look into minions. Let's see if I can come up with something new-ish, sort of. See what we can come up with. I'll probably make a Bone Shatter tree as well. I mean, Earth Shatter is like a solved build. I guess Bone Shatter is too, but it's probably been a while since Bone Shatter's been meta. Wait, did they change Complex Trauma as well? I don't think they did, right? No, they didn't. Yeah, it's a bit underwhelming on the balance changes, not gonna lie. I mean, we still don't know everything about the graphs or whatever. The hands on your back. Like that could throw a lot of balance changes in the mix, but we don't know yet. Graph these nuts. I mean, to be fair, it sounds like kind of nice for clearing. Is stepping on stuff and it explodes around you. It sounds like a safe playstyle. Like as you're moving, shit's just gonna die around you. It sounds kind of nice in that regard. But like for single target, that I don't know about. That I don't know about. But yeah, all right. So I'm gonna eat and then do a little theory crafting. See if I can come up with. I have 2 videos that are already done. I have to like slightly rework them because some stuff changed a little bit. But I have 2 videos done. I'm gonna make one more build guide video as well. So expect 3 videos before launch. 3 builds coming. I mean, not 3 builds, 3 videos. 2 generic videos about other stuff and 1 build video. Inc. Red Bomba, I've been asked for a Bomba nerf for like 3 leagues now, so I'm happy with the Bomba nerf. Bomba's whack. But yeah, thanks for chilling, boys. As always, I'm going to hop off for now and do a little thinking. I'll be back soon. Videos will start coming the next day or 2 probably. But thanks for chilling, boys. As always, I appreciate it. I'll catch you guys later. Till next time, take it easy.